Yeah, good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning, Speaker.
Are you well, Mr. Speaker, today?
Ziyakhala namhlanje, Speaker.
And the Speaker, today are we not settling down now? Good morning, colleagues. Let's settle down so that we can proceed with the business of the day. Thank you.
Yeah, I did receive it. Thank you. Yeah, I did receive it. It's fine. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, it's off. Mic off. Camera off. Yeah. Sorted now.
Yeah, ne?
It's exactly 10 minutes gone past the hour of 10. Please, let's settle down so that we can start with the business of the day. Let's settle down, please. Councillors, take your seats. Let's get started. Thank you very much. Let's take our seats, councillors.
Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. Let's settle down so that we can proceed.
singing. You are running the city with courts. Randall, take us to court for singing.
Thank you very much, councillors. It has gone 17 minutes past the hour of 10. Can we please settle down so that we can start with today's meeting? Thank you. Thank you. Let's settle down, councillors. Let's settle down. Thank you very much, councillors, for taking your seats. Honorable councillors, let's proceed. Honorable councillors, due notice was given of this council meeting. We are a quorum, and I therefore declare this meeting duly constituted. I trust that all councillors have signed the attendance register for this meeting, and kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our council meeting, please? Can we please observe a moment of silence in prayer or meditation? Thank you. Amen. Honorable councillors, this council meeting will be conducted in compliance with level 1 COVID-19 regulations. Let us please ensure that we must wear our masks, regularly sanitize our hands, and maintain at least 1 meter social distancing. Honorable councillors, I have received a request from Councillor S. Mutale to join the council meeting via MS Teams. The reason for the request is due to health issues. I have allowed the request. Thank you. His Worship, the Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekana and his entourage, Honorable Chief Mashangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, honorable councillors, officials, members of the press, I welcome you to this ordinary council meeting. Honorable councillors, let me also congratulate and welcome Councillor Ibaya Teresa Williams Moses, the newly elected Patriotic Alliance PR councillor replacing former Councillor S. Nokete. Councillor William Moses, can you please rise so that we can see you and acknowledge your presence? There she is at the back, right at the back there. Thank you very much, Councillor Williams Moses. You are welcome. Congratulations and welcome to the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Council. Honorable councillors, I also wish to welcome all our guests invited here today in terms of Section 130 of the Municipal Finance Management Act for purposes of the annual report. They are seated on the podium and in the gallery back there. I will individually introduce them when we get to the annual report. Let's proceed to item B, which is the applications for leave of absence. Honorable councillors, for purposes of informing council, in as far as leave of absence for councillors from the council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to Council the approved leave of absence of councillors. Yes, Councillor Marshall.
Very much. Good morning. The ANC requests a 30 minutes caucus. In the meantime, gather your thoughts, Speaker.
How many minutes? 30. Do you want us to deal with the leave of absence? Then we will grant you caucus. Thank you very much, Councillor Marshall. Chief Whip of Council.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Speaker, the following councillors have been approved in line with the city's processes in acquiring leave of absence. Councillor Khosi Mahepa of the ANC, Family Responsibilities. Councillor Philip Nell, DA Sick Leave. Councillor Daniel Sekanka, EFF Leave. And then the following councillors arranged to arrive late. Councillor Tapelo Mukhare, EFF, to arrive at 12 o'clock. And Councillor Pogiso Mtemunye of the DA to arrive at 11 o'clock. And Speaker, no councillors requested to leave early. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Caucus break for 30 minutes. Oh.
I don't know, you will assist us, section 6A, adjournment of a caucus, a speaker or a chairperson of a committee, as the case may be, shall, if requested by the party whips, a meeting in order to afford members the opportunity to caucus, provided that the whip who requested the caucus shall first address council committee before any further discussion take place. So I don't know if in terms of the council who asked for a caucus is in line with section 6A, but I'm open for guidance. I'm not fighting anyone. You can guide us. Thanks.
Councillor Ramabudu, you are perfectly correct, but let me just, the last time I checked, maybe there are changes we don't know, but the last time I checked, Alderman Maluleka is the whip of the ANC. Let me just establish that if that is still the case, so that we don't necessarily deny. Alderman Maluleka, there is a member from your party who has asked for a caucus break. I want to establish with yourself if you are still the whip, and in line with this, then we will deny. We'll have to deny in terms of the rules and orders. Thank you very much, Alderman Maluleka, for clarifying this point with us. Then we proceed to item C, which is the official notices. Declaration and filling of casual vacancy.
Clarity. Yes. I'm the acting chief whip of ANC until Councillor Maluleka arrives here. So I've requested the caucus. We are going to a 30 minutes caucus. We'll address you when we come back. In the meantime, gather your thoughts. What's your problem, Speaker?
Thank you very much. I think he has just arrived. Alderman Maluleka, he was entering here. I'm addressing Alderman Maluleka. Yes, Alderman Maluleka, thank you. Can we have, thank you.
No, thanks, Speaker. Therefore, there's no vacuum in the caucus. Therefore, the leader is in order to have requested a caucus on behalf of the ANC. Therefore, we are also agreeing to it.
So I think in ruling with what Councillor Ramabudu has said, and with the clarification that we have received, a caucus break is granted for 30 minutes. Thank you. Councillors, you have heard the sound of the bell. That signals that you must sit down so that we may continue with the business of the day. Councillors, let's settle down so that we may proceed. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you very much. Let's take our seats, councillors. Our time is up. Thank you, councillors. The requested time is up. Let's take our seats. Councillor Masilala, let's take our seats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, councillors. Councillor Benjamin, thank you. Be on the other side. Alderman Duploy, Saki, thank you for taking that seat. Alderman Maleke and my official, please proceed and take your seats. Thank you very much. Councillor Nhlapo? Councillor Nhlapo? Councillor Nhlapo, thank you very much for heeding to my call of taking your seat. Thank you very much, councillors. The leader of Action SA is coming, is going back. Please take your seats. Okay. Now, councillors, thank you for taking your seats. Now we proceed. In terms of, councillors, can I chair this meeting? In terms of section 6A of the rules and orders, a caucus break was requested of 30 minutes. Now, I'd like to, in line with this rule of section 6A, allow the whippery or the whip of ANC to address council before we proceed. Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Shiel.
Thank you very much, the Speaker of Council. I've been requested to report back in terms of the caucus decisions. And I'm not sure how many minutes do I have, because this is a very serious issue that we are going to raise here. But let me just start. On Thursday last week, the ANC caucus, through the leader of the majority party, received a letter from the group head secretariat council. And in that letter, they were leveling a series of allegations against you, the Speaker. So we have signed a pledge as the ANC that we need to get rid of corruptions and all the other malfeasance within the city of Tshwane. So we can, as the ANC, when we receive this kind of disturbing news, that we leave it without discussing it. As the caucus, we have discussed the matter, we have reflected the matter, and we have come to the conclusion that the level of allegations that were leveled against you, they are very serious, and very disturbing, especially from your office, that in the previous council, we have also indicated that one of the critical problems that the city is facing is the politicians exerting pressure on the administrators, not allowing the administrators to do their job. You put pressure, you do political interference. And that letter vindicated our view as the ANC in this council. And it is alleged that you unduly benefited before you are elected as a council. So that's an allegation. As you know, that one of your responsibility when you are seated there is to call us to order when we are disorderly. So unfortunately, it's you who is disorderly. So you have floated the rules, and as the ANC, we are not going to accept for you to be there as the presiding officer when there are dark clouds hanging over our heads. I don't want to repeat the allegations that are in the letter. All the parties present here have received those allegations. But as the ANC Council, we have resolved as follows, that there must be an investigation, and that investigation must be fast-tracked, and we need an immediate removal of the council speaker.
Councillor Michelle, if you could just hold, there's a point of information. I'm bound to take that point of information. Point of information, Councillor Ramaphosa.
Thank you. Speaker, we sorry for interrupting the speaker. In terms of section 38, we, the caucus of the EFF, haven't received any letter. We will want to afford the speaker just to give us just a little bit of what is in the letter, so that we are clued up, because currently we don't know. It's unless if it was reported in, if it was reported in terms of the reports intranet of the as a report, we wouldn't be here and ask you. We are interested. These are very interesting news, but we will want to give the brief, just a brief of what is in the letter, because we will want also to have our views on that. But we don't know anything. So I don't know, what do you think, what must happen, the speaker, on this issue? We are here, we are listening, we have enough time. Even if we can, if the council agrees, we can get someone who can read the letter if he's there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bushielo. I have to rule on the point of information. Look, we all received this letter. I mean, I also received the letter. No. Can I finish? If I don't finish, listen. If I don't address you, you won't have information. Now, the letter was addressed to myself, Councillor Ramabudu, and councillors, and indeed, it is allegations. And I also, in light of the rules and orders, the code of conduct of councillors, but also I must also buttress this point. There is a value in our coalition government of transparency. I'm addressing the, So, let me finish. I'll give you time. I've noted you. I'll give you time. So, councillors.
Remember, it was part of information.
Yeah.
He cannot rule on himself. He can rule on himself. He's not addressing us. He's addressing the coalition. He's addressing the coalition on his face.
Okay, let's deal with it this way. I think Councillor Shelo, let's allow let's put it this way. Let's allow Councillor Shelo to finish, and Councillor Ramabut, we will ensure that the letter is circulated to yourself. But let's allow Councillor Shelo to proceed. But before he proceeds, Alderman Maleke, please.
No, Speaker. It was a very simple response that we were supposed to have communicated to Councillor Ramabut, that all leaders received this letter, and you stop there. Because extending it, you are delving in uncharted waters. Leave us, we will sort it out, the other part. Therefore, the letter was addressed to everybody. We'll make sure that Councillor Ramabut gets it. If he wants a caucus, he can request a caucus so that he can have contents of the letter.
Yeah, I think I'm sustaining what Alderman is saying, but yes, there's a hand, Councillor Ramabut.
No, I think you comrades, you are very unfair. I'm not representing my jacket here. And if you send an email to me, and maybe I don't read that email because I recognize most of these reports from the intranet and from the council. So that letter is it's a different letter that just went. For instance, I use my own personal email address because I don't trust you, the Kruku, too much. I don't use that municipality thing. I use my personal email, and I'm told that letter was sent to a municipality email. But also there are councillors here. But we must not think this is a group of leaders. There are councillors here who haven't read the letter. They must be clued up about what is happening here. They are not voting kettles or just come here just to approve things. They have a right also to be in this house. So I'm asking that let them be given a clue of what is in there. What if that letter says people are going to be killed here? We don't know. Or let those corruption allegations, just give us a summary. Or no, so that we are clear here on what is happening. Currently, even the brief of the leader of the ANC, like we don't have a clue on what is happening. And to have views doesn't mean you agree or disagree. You just want to be clarified. So we just want to be on the same cruise. We are cruising very well, but let's have the same emotion of this journey. It's very interesting. Let's go. Let's just give each other an opportunity to understand what is happening. What is happening? Even if the multi-parties has that letter, they can brief us. No problem. We are fine.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ramabut. I think that's a fair request, but before we come to that point, let me allow Councillor Shelo to proceed. So, available.
So, on a point of information, whatever Councillor Ramabut is raising, same applies in this side. I'm not privy to what the letter is about. So can you please kindly furnish that letter to all of us so that we don't speak of things that we are not aware of. Secondary to that, I will ask for a caucus break for my caucus after that. Thank you.
Speaker, we don't want to waste time here, and we can see that people are playing games. They received the letter through their leaders, and ignored the letter. Now the letter is surfaced into the public. People want to act as if they care. We want to continue on our point. We should not be disrupted. those who didn't get the letter, they must say so, but do not disrupt us. Because the letter went into all the leaders of political parties. Our leader brought it to our caucus so that we can discuss it. Therefore, they thought it was not going to be raised, it must be shelved under the carpet. Now they want to act like saints. We're not going to help them to do that. They should not do it at our own expense. Let's make our point and it should be heard. And thereafter we can entertain any other person. Thank you.
If that is the... Speaker.
Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise both on a point of information and a point of order. Thank you, Speaker. The point of information is that we have seen this letter. I very much doubt that Councillor Obakeng has not seen this letter yet. I want to
Speaker.
No. Wait.
She raised a point of information. Yeah. I'm raising a point of order on her.
No. The rules don't allow. Look, proceed, and then you will raise your point. By the way, it's another point that has been raised by Ramabud. You can't override Ramabud. It's in the sequence is next. Yes. No, yes. Please. Councillor Ace, you are protected. Councillor Ace, can you be protected? Can we... Councillor, please. No, you are talking, you are not pointed. You are just talking and not pointed. You are out of order, please keep quiet. Thank you. Yes, continue.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I want to caution this House of making a spectacle of this situation. There is serious allegations in this letter. The letter has already been referred for an investigation by the Rules and Ethics Committee, and the chairperson of the Rules and Ethics Committee has already started this process. I again plead with this House to not make a spectacle. There is allegations in this letter of a sexual nature, and we need to protect any alleged victims and not make them scared of coming forward, because that is what the other side of this House is busy doing. They are making a situation where it is uncomfortable for any alleged victims to feel safe in coming forward. Thank you.
Speaker, is that a point of order, a point of information? Rule on it.
Let's discuss it.
How counseling is it? In which meeting? Who referred it to?
Which answer?
Ithunyelwe ngubani Makarel? Speaker Makarel, ithunyelwe ngubani? Ndazane kuwalo ngazokudlala ngathi lani.
Referring Makarel kumele chief teke. He must chief.
Mina ngikwazi unjalo umtshado onganankomo mfana kagogo. Yabona umtshado onganankomo. Abomalume abangakaveli. Awunjalo. Makwarela wa betwa papa. That donor.
Kwari. Isole ka kwari batho ba modimo. Kwari, you are out, man.
The blue light di a tsamaya papa. Thank you very much, Speaker. I think I'm recognized. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's fine, but okay. Yeah, I mean,
The system doesn't want you anymore because you are a liar.
yeah, and the system here, and
You are on auto.
Now, thank you very much. I think we're trying to fix the system. Look, we are not, Councillor Jacob, we are not there yet. We are not there yet. Alderman Malek, you are correct. We are not there. So I was still, I'm recognizing, councillors, please. I'm still recognizing hands in their sequence. So I'm just ruling a councillor is we are not there yet. We are at Ramabut. Yes, Councillor Ramabut. Sorry, Councillor Ramabut.
yeah, I think, Doctor, let's give the councillor who will raise a point of order on. But I've received a letter for the first time. I have a copy here. I will try to brief my caucus. I will send it to circulate here because my argument was not anything about the content of the letter. It's about, are we all clued up about the letter? That's it. And I'm not even against anyone who wants to raise anything. So on that point, I will give it back to Councillor Bushiela. I know I'm not chairing. I will give it to Councillor Bushiela. Councillor Bushiela, you are recognized. Okay.
Yes, Speaker. Thanks, Speaker. Thanks, Speaker.
Councillor Bushiela, please proceed. Proceed. You are protected. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, the Speaker. I think this council still have a long way to go. There are still people who think that this council is run from Bruma Lake, and we are not going to accept it. You can't have a situation where there is an allegation and you think that you can refer that allegation without us here in council. We are the highest decision-making body in the city of Tshwane. It's us that have to run this municipality and not in Bruma Lake. Let me finish. I was about to finish with my recommendations. So we are recommending that the investigation of the allegation level against the council speaker must be fast-tracked, and we request an immediate removal of council speaker pending the outcome of the investigations, and that council appoint a deputy speaker who would immediately take the role as an acting speaker of the council, and also the council to appoint the special committee to deal with this allegation so that we can give the speaker an opportunity to answer this serious allegation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bushielo. Now, there is a hand here. Yes, Councillor Makalim.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to draw you, as I rise on a point of order, to draw you to Councillor's Code of Conduct, breach of code, section 14 in these rules, and also it's a very lengthy paragraph. What has been brought forward, I believe it's a motion that needs to follow a process of a motion. and also in that particular regard, to give the process of the breach of code of conduct, paragraph number 7, the last paragraph, that says any investigation in terms of this item must be in accordance with the rules of natural justice. Therefore, I'm asking that this particular motion be given its particular time to follow the process of a motion and also to articulate what is being brought in terms of Councillor's Code of Conduct. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that's sustained. But before I note Mayor and Councillor Sizo there, let me also say the following in response. Yes, order, Councillor.
Yeah, let now recognize the speaker. After Councillor Ramabu.
I think there's a problem here.
Let's first take the point of order here. First, I recognize that hand. Councillor Sizo. In fact, the order, Councillor Sizo first and then Ramabut. Yes, sorry, Councillor Sizo.
Dr. Makwarela, ngikwawe Caucus, njengoba ngigrant ngikwawe 30 minutes ukuthi siyozihleba sisodwa ngiyakurapela. Thank you.
Before I grant that, Ramabut, let me just take you first, yeah.
My hand. Can I also be recognized, Speaker? We want to assist you because.
Yeah, I also don't want to lose track, so let's first, yes, Councillor Ramabut.
This is, I think this is not fair on you to be presiding over this matter. Because you are, and also even the person who wrote the letter is here also. Or we are just, I don't understand. Can we really not think of a different approach? Because now you must come and decide if you want to grant a caucus on the matter that affects you, or you must not grant the caucus. So I think one of the mistakes that we did is to allow to indulge a lot in this matter, preside by yourself, because it's not like, there was a day when MMC of Agriculture was a speaker there, and there was an issue that was raised where she was very conflicted on that issue. And she chose to recuse herself that day because she fairly so, she opted to say, this issue is discussing me, and I can't rule on this issue that discusses me. So I think we need a different approach. I don't know how must we do it, but I don't see us winning on this approach because there are many people who are conflicted on this issue, including Babani Mola, who conflicted, and Udu Mola still was Abina Mola. So let's not. I think we need to be fair. And Makwala Mabediki Mola, Akbatsim, or the auditors. Okay, we must know rules here.
Okay. Let me grant the 30 minutes caucus break. Thank you.
Speaker. Makwarela kufanduka mbunda bezi tuko onuza preside la mankama Makwarela stoko zile.
Kanti namhlanje babana nikhulumi no-speaker na. mara bengeke sathi sesebhizi uPhilip Nela ukusela Marishani.
Wala ngida ngilamthathu. Ngikhona yena.
Arisabona.
Councillors, thank you very much. Let's settle down the time for a caucus break. It's over. Let's settle down, councillors. Thank you very much. Eh? Let's settle down, councillors. Thank you very much. Councillors, let's settle down, please. Action SA requested for a caucus break, and we are well over the time that was requested. I want to come back to Councillor Sizwe for treatment of the caucus break. Councillors, can we sit down? Thank you very much. Councillor Sizwe, are you ready? Yeah, in terms of section 6A, please address us before we continue with the business of the day. Thank you, Councillor.
Sithokoze Dr. Makwarela. Njenge-action SA sibona ukuthi after kuya ku-caucus yethu sithethe isinqumo sokuthi awukwazi ukuhlala lapho namhlanje ngoba igama lakho liyakhulunywa and igama lakho
lihlanganiswa nezinto eziningi ukuthi esizithole encwadini le. So thina we deemed it unfit for you to be sitting there because your name now is dragged into disrepute, where therefore we feel that you should recuse yourself for this current sitting. Somebody else that is not tamed or alleged upon can chair this current sitting so that we can find whenever your name is clear for that, it could be fair unto the House at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's settle down, councillors. Yes, Alderman Erasmus.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise in terms of a point of order. Firstly, I would just like to point that this matter is not on the agenda. Firstly, and then secondly, I would like to request a caucus, half an hour caucus, in terms of 6A. Thank you.
Councillors, let me say the following, councillors. Councillors, let me say this. According to the rules and orders, can I say the following? Can I say the following? We everything that we do here has to be done in light of the rules and orders. Now let me address you. To avoid further confrontation, I would like to, can I speak? Yes, Councillor McCulling. Okay, caucus break for 30 minutes granted.
Speaker, don't come back after 30 minutes, please. Ambela futhi baba.
Speaker, you are very conflicted. You are conflicted.
Hamba Makwarela, hamba baba.
Speaker. Iblue light ikulindile ukuphekela. Dr. Makwerere, ohambisa of Council. Speaker. Our new Speaker. Speaker. Speaker Skanga. Speaker, my man. All of you sit down, please. All of you sit down, please. Let's proceed, please. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Councillors, Councillors, let's settle down. Councillors, let's settle down. Councillors, if you don't want to be referred, let's settle down. Councillor Violet. Councillor Violet.
Speaker, can you recognize me this side, please? Babani, you can take the speaker's chair. We're now appointing you the speaker.
Councillors, let's settle down. Councillors, let's settle down. The house is under Mpati now. Let's settle down, councillors. If you don't want to be referred, settle down. I'm going to continue with the agenda for today. Councillors, councillors, let's settle down. I'm giving you a 30 minutes caucus break. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll go for 30 minutes. Thank you.
And I don't want to straight.
Nation. Akuvele.
Awuyile Tamar.
O santse a shara motho wa gago le nna maparela stramio. Babi tol dula fast.
Councillors, let's resume.
They are always the one insisting to that we must follow the rules. Why do they want to not follow the rules now? Let's follow the rules. You don't have to, you can tell me that I don't have a problem of stepping down, but the problem is that the rules have not been followed. Football must follow the rules. You must follow the rules. And if there is, I don't know, because in principle they agree with what I'm saying, but I don't know what they still want. They must just say, Speaker, you've said what you want, you've said council has been derailed, this is what we propose. Let's move forward. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, but thank you very much, councillors. Please let's settle down so that we can resume. Thank you, councillors, for settling down. There was a caucus break that was requested. We have well exceeded the time limit. And as per section 6A, I would therefore like to call Alderman Erasmus to address the House before we proceed. Thank you.
Honourable Speaker, I would like to thank you for the granting of the caucus. And in terms of 6A, the feedback that needs to be provided, I would like to make use of the opportunity to hand over the feedback to Alderman Randall Williams. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Dr. Speaker, a lot has been said this morning after the ANC raised an issue concerning a letter that were forwarded to various parties concerning allegations made against you. Dr. Speaker, I would like you to point out the Rules and Orders Bylaws, Rule 7. It's very important that we look at the procedure followed by the ANC this morning and whether it complies with the Rules and Orders Bylaws. So Rule 7 states, business limited by notice of meeting and exceptions based on urgency. And going through this, Dr. Speaker, I will point out how the ANC's raising of the issue this morning does not comply with the Rules and Orders Bylaws. 7.1 states, subject to the provisions of subsection 2 and section 8.1k, no business not specified in the notice of a meeting may be transacted at that meeting. But then it gives a number of exceptions. With the exception of an urgent report of the executive mayor or chairperson of a committee reporting directly to the council. Now then in 7.2, it makes another exception to the general rule that no business may be transacted which are not specified in the notice of the meeting. 7.2 states, a member may at a meeting propose that the provisions of subsection 1 be suspended to enable him or her to submit a motion on a matter of urgency which must be in writing. So already from 7.2, one can read that the ANC falls short, Dr. Speaker, because they raised the issue this morning orally, verbally. So the issue they raised was not done in writing. So that's the first part where they fall short. If we then move on to 7.3 of the Rules and Orders bylaws, it says the written proposal to suspend subsection 1 and the motion on a matter of urgency must be, and then we go to 7.3b. The motion must be, and this is a written motion, must be handed to the Speaker at least 2 hours before the commencement of the meeting where moving the proposal and motion is to be proposed, unless the Speaker allows a shortest period of time. Now, this was also not done. No written motion was given to you for the latest by 8 a.m. this morning. So, Dr. Speaker, the issue raised by the ANC cannot be dealt with because, as 7.1 states, because it does not fall within the exceptions, so 7.1 applies. Subject to provisions, no business not specified in the notice of a meeting may be transacted at that meeting. So the issue should then be dismissed. Thank you, Dr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. I think I've noted Councillor Ramoud first, and then you will be second, Alderman Malek. Councillor Ramoud.
No, thank you very much. I think the mayor is losing it now because they've allowed this matter to be exhausted for a long time. And to our surprise that they only want to come now. We started with this issue from 10 o'clock, now it's almost 2 o'clock. Was he not in the meeting? He was lost or what? But if I refer you also to section 23, section 23, 1D, further proposal which may be received during council meeting. If this matter is that difficult, let's postpone this thing. Let's postpone this meeting and we do as he is advising us. He's very clear that we are not making any mistake. He's just briefing us with the procedure. So we are also using the same rules on going to section 23, 1D, on saying let's agree to adjourn this meeting until the later date. Then we will approach it very well, the way it will satisfy the rules and himself. Thank you.
Speaker.
Aaron.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, okay, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yes. Okay. Huh? Sorry? Yeah. Yeah. No, colleagues, yes. Councillor Ramabud, let me just so that we don't lose traction here. 23D, maybe just to rule very quickly on that. 23D refers or applies when there's a motion under debate. So there's nothing under debate, to be honest. There's no motion in the first place. So let's come to Alderman Maleke first, and then I will... Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Correct. You're right. Let's hear Alderman Maleke first. Let's hear Alderman Maleke. Alderman Maleke.
No, thank you, Speaker. I see you're getting excited by pro bono services from the Scorpions lawyer called Randall Williams. Don't get excited because the matter was written to all political leaders. And in your good conscience, you forwarded it to the chief whip. But because of the chief whip thought the matter was not important, he left it out. We believe it's important. And you can't preside. What the mayor was, in essence, trying to do was to rule on what was the debate here. He has already dismissed what was supposed to be dismissed by you as the speaker. Therefore, we are not going to allow that. We believe the matter is important. We believe that we can't have somebody who's having a cloud over his head to preside over this meeting. We know what the rules are saying, and they're going to either absolve you or justify our case or the case in the letter. Therefore, we believe that you're not going to preside over this meeting. We're not going to be told by the mayor on what should happen. It's a matter, we have a budget and IDP that we believe can any other person in council, in terms of structures of section 41, it can appoint an acting speaker who can preside over that matter or business of council today. Therefore, we are going to fight them. You can leave us to them. You can get out of the muddy place. We'll fight the DA now. Because the DA wants to be cherry picking on what is right and what is not right. Here, it's a moral issue that we want to address. They want to overlook what is a moral issue and even criminal activities around that matter. Therefore, we are saying to them, we're not going to be told by them what to do. We are going to make sure that you do not preside over that council meeting. Thank you.
Speaker, can you recognize me?
Thank you. Let me take the mayor and then Matego, and then Mabokwane in that order. Okay. Mayor first, Makaling, and then Mabokwane in that order. Let's start with the mayor.
It's fine. No, thanks very much, Speaker. Thank you.
Let's start with the mayor, Councillor Makaling, and then you.
Dr. Speaker, a point of information. Dr. Speaker, when
Speaker, I'm right.
Dr.
Switching off. I'm rising on. I'm right.
Dr. Speaker, when I address council in terms of the rules and orders by law. These are not my personal.
Shut up. Mayor, please, let's take Mabokwane first. And then we'll take the mayor. Okay? Yeah. Okay, in that order, councillors. Point taken. Councillors, let's correct the order. Okay. Chapo, please. Councillor Chapo, sit down. You will stand up when you're appointed. Let's, Executive Mayor, just a sec. Let's take Mabokwane first. You are next, and then Councillor Matlevo. Councillor Mabokwane, you are on the floor.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Speaker, you must not do that. You are not doing me any favor. My hand has been up, and you have consistently been pointing the other side. Even before we left here, before the caucus, you treated me as if I'm a subject of other councillors, and I did not like that. Treat me as an individual member of council. So if Councillor Ramawodu rises on a point of order, he's not rising on my behalf. I'm rising on my point of order because I'm protected by the rules. Now, Speaker, this is what I want to raise because a hopeless member of the DA quoted this. He spoke on the principle of natural justice. Now, I want to quote what the principle of natural justice is about. It is about procedural fairness. But on top of that is to ensure that a decision is reached by an objective decision maker. Now, at this current point in time, it does not matter what Mr. Randall is saying. He's got the right, he's entitled to his own opinions. But you are in no way in a position to can take a decision on this particular matter. So that is why we want a neutral person to come in your position there. And it would not matter what that person, which decision that person takes. But yourself, you cannot rule on this matter because you will be a referee and a player at the same time. And that is what the principle of natural justice is against. So recuse yourself from that seat, let the council decide who they put in that position, and then that person takes a decision on this matter because you are conflicted. How are you going to rule objectively when you are conflicted in the same matter? So recuse yourself, Speaker. We are humbly begging you. Thank you.
It's an honorable bill. Thank you very much, Councillor Mabokwane. I want to agree with you. Can I speak? Councillor Mabokwane, I want to agree with you 110%. Now, let me finish. Don't be excited. Councillor Mabokwane, I want, before I proceed, I want to agree with you 110%. Okay? You are 110% correct, morally and otherwise. Can I address you, councillors? Now, there is you see, when we speak of rules, we don't cherry pick. We have to be consistent. Let me tell you what I am prepared to do. What I'm prepared to do. And I've been prepared for a very long time. But because, no. You see, if you talk in a dialogue, you will miss the point and you won't engage correctly. Now, according to the rules, okay, according to the rules, there is no motion here. The motion, no, I'm saying I agreed with him, remember that. But what I want to say is that there's a process, there's a trigger to step down. No, there is a trigger to step down. The trigger is as follows, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not, the trigger is the rules and orders. Now, the rules and orders say there has to be a motion that's prepared correctly. If it's an urgent motion, it must be presented in writing with a proposer and a seconder submitted to the speaker 2 hours prior to the meeting. Once that is done, I will step down. That is all what once you do that, I will step down, gladly so. But you can't just talk, out of 10, and then you say step down, I step. I will be derelicting my duties. I will be derelicting my duties as the chair of council. I want to tell you that according to section 7.1, I'm going to read it out to you. It says subject to the provisions of subsection 2 and section, you need to listen to the rules. You don't just talk. It's not an emotional talk. It's a talk that is guided by the rules and orders. Now I read the rules. No, you didn't hear me. I will read it until you wait. 7.1 says, I gave you time to speak. Councillor, if you want to speak, you lift up your hand. I will point at you.
This is not a kangaroo court. Raise your hand, I will point at you, you'll make your point. But allow me to finish because you can't just all talk. I want to read from the rules and orders. If you are patient, I would have been done by now. Had you been patient, I would have been done. If you scream on top of your voice, you will miss the rule. The rule says 7.1. I have noted you are next. I'm saying subject. It says business limited by notice of meeting and exceptions based on agency. So there's something that makes of agency, but it's not properly dealt with. So let's read how you need to deal with this. One says subject to the provisions of subsection 2 and section 8.1k, no business. Yes, but no business not specified in the notice of a meeting may be transacted at it's the rules. No, it's the rules. It's the rules. It says may be transacted at that meeting, which is today's meeting. With the exception, and this is the exception of an urgent report from the executive mayor. So as far as I'm concerned, the executive mayor never provided an emergency motion or chairperson of a committee reporting directly to the council. And then number 2 says, a member may at a meeting propose that the provisions of subsection 1 be suspended to enable him or her to submit a motion on a matter of urgency, which must be in writing. So there's nothing in writing. Executive Mayor. Executive Mayor, you are next.
Dr. Speaker, on a point of information, I would like to refer you to Rule 19 of the Rules and Orders Bylaws. Dr. Speaker, Rule 19 says, disallowed motion and proposals during council meetings. Now, if you look at 19.3, 19.3 says, the Speaker must disallow a motion or proposal if. So you have no choice, Dr. Speaker. You must disallow a motion or proposal if the motion or proposal would, if passed, be contrary to the provisions of these rules and orders or of any other law. And we have clearly demonstrated, Dr. Speaker, that this motion presented to you orally this morning by the ANC is in breach of the rules and orders bylaws. So please perform your duty and dismiss this motion in terms of Rule 19. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This has to be done. I want to rule here before I take you, Councillor Makali. In terms of section 19, subsection 3.
Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. But you must bear in mind, but before we start this morning, you are saying...
Executive Mayor, with the correct advice, ever since we started this morning, there is neither motion nor proposal here. There's nothing to rule about. So, yes, Councillor Makali, there's nothing to rule about. There's no motion, no proposal. Yes, Councillor Makali.
Speaker,
You've noted me before the mayor. You said you're going to be the mayor.
Speaker, can you please recuse yourself from that chair?
Speaker, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, thank you. I want to appeal to your team. As much as they are active when they want to help you with the rules, they must also help you on the people that you have pointed, because that caused the disruption of the House. When you noted the mayor, you said the mayor, then myself. So please just be consistent. Now you just go straight to Makaleng or Councillor Makaleng. So I'm rising. Let me take you through the section that I read. I told you that you wanted to rule now, and you are misled by the pseudo attorney there. Because he says to you, you must rule on a proposal, and you haven't received any proposal. And you wanted to rule on the proposal. Which proposal were you ruling on? I mean, since from 10 o'clock, what proposal or motion were you entertaining in terms of the rules? Why did you allow to entertain whatever that you are disallowing now? Now, let me take you again through section 7. Now, let me see, section 23D that I've raised. I think we must postpone this meeting because in the first place, you've entertained something, as you say, that is not on the agenda for a long time. It's an abuse to us. It's an incompetence. So we can't allow that. So the mayor has advised us, good advice. You have advised us in terms of the section that we must bring a proposed motion in terms of section 23. If you adjourn this meeting and we will come back at a later date that you must decide, then we will follow all these procedures that you guys are worried about. So I'm suggesting that let's entertain now section 23D. Let's leave other things, because what is that you are talking about that you haven't received? Because you say you haven't received anything, but you have agreed here that you have sent the letter to the political parties. The whip of the ANC says he has sent it to the whip. The problem here is not us. It's the whip who decided not to bring this issue on the table. And if he decides not to bring issues on the table, we as councillors, because we are a decision-making body, we have a right here to bring the issues on the table. The failure of the chief whip can deprive us our democratic process and right to come and bring the issue on the table. Let's entertain the section 23D and entertain the issue of the chief whip. The chief whip must tell this council if he has received that letter and why he didn't bring this letter before council. I think that's what we must do, than arguing something that you haven't received yourself, as you say, as a proposal or a motion.
Thank you. Listen, what has been happening was not entertaining anything. It was point of orders, information, caucus breaks. That's what was happening. We have not entertained anything. So please, let's go to now Councillor Makaleng first. Otherwise, no, we will jump. You see now, you see it this way. When we follow the order, you sporadically lift up your hands, and then the queue is jumped, and then you come again. I will stick to the no, Councillor Makaleng, please. You are next. You are on the floor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm rising on a point of information. Thank you very much for protection. I wanted to address something in this point of information. Each and every member in this council, empowered by the rules, has an opportunity and a right to be heard by you. So, Speaker, we cannot allow artistic and craftiness of other people to violate the rules of caucus. So what I'm saying is that So, what? So, Speaker, it's good to be crafty. It's good to be artistic. But when you violate the rules, that cannot be allowed. So, Speaker, what was being forwarded or what was being put before this council by Alderman Randall was to advise so that we can have a way forward. So it was not, and every member of this council, like Alderman Malulek, like everyone, we deserve to be heard by yourself as the chairperson of this August House. And therefore, they shouldn't be allowing other people to be suppressed by ordinary members. So, Madam President, so maybe, Speaker, maybe some of us, we might need, yes, thank you very much. Maybe some of us, we might need, some of us might need a break, a lunch break to have something so that at least we can avoid to be hungry, and then when it's prolonged, the food down there also, they might, so,
Councillor Nuke, you are next. Councillor Nuke, you are next after, sorry, I'm just identifying because he can't see. Councillor Nuke, you will be next after Councillor Makaling. Councillor Makaling, proceed. There is no point of order on top of a point of information. Point of order, Speaker. You are protected, Councillor Makaling. Speaker, thank you very much. Point of order, Speaker. Speaker, there is a point of order here. Speaker, remember, there is a proposal from Councillor Ramarodu. And that you must rule on that proposal to adjourn this meeting or not. Leave to us whether we agreed or not, as the councillors, not you. You are not allowed to speak. You are still on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. So, I was saying, each and every member of this council deserves to be heard. Every member of this council. So, I'm getting disrupted, Speaker. Babam Barnar Sergetalam.
Councillors, I'm warning you, please step down. Step down from the podium. Step down from the podium. I'm giving you the last warning. Step down from the podium. Councillors, this is the last chance for you to step down. Please step down. Councillors, please step down. Let's follow the rules. Yeah, follow the rules. Aslela, step down. Step down. Yes, step. Let's break for 10 minutes. We are breaking for 10 minutes. Break
breaking for lunch. Lunch, Speaker. We are breaking for lunch. Leave those things of 10 minutes.
Lunch, Speaker.
I see a lunch. Speaker, that's what.
Okay, let's break for lunch. Thank you. Lunch. 1 hour lunch. 1 hour. 1 hour.
Yeah, makhaleni siyokudla nje mfoye.
Speaker, rata stoel.
But if I send
Councillors, let's take our seats. Councillors, let's take our seats. Our lunch break is over. Thank you. Let's take our seats, councillors. Councillors, let's all sit down so that we can proceed. Thank you very much.
No, we're just talking about. I know we've been talking about it before even lunch. But this is now.
Thank you very much, councillors, for sitting down. And I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. I think we have had too much towing and throwing over no motion, no proposal. And I therefore suggest that we proceed. There's nothing to consider here that has followed the correct channel. So we are proceeding to the next item, which is item number C in our agenda. Item number C in our agenda, which is official notices. Councillor Ramabut. Councillor, sit down. I asked you to sit down. Now you are beginning to want to talk and you are... sit down and then we will engage. Let's start with Councillor Ramabodu and then Alderman Maleke. It was a hand. I just heard you calling my name. Yes, we will start with Ramabodu, Alderman Maluleke, and then, yes, sir, in that order. Thank you very much. Let's start with Councillor Ramabodu.
No, Speaker. What is happening? Because I see you moving very fast, like you don't even afford us a chance to deal with a matter that you allowed yourself to be discussed from 10 o'clock. Now it's 3 o'clock. So you behave as if we just woke up now. According to you, we just woke up and there's an issue that was before us for 5 minutes. Let's leave it, let's continue. Look at the damage that has been created here. And we are told that the matter is not on the table. How did you allow this matter to take us where we are now? Let's start that, because we can't set a precedence here that we are not going to be able to sustain of allowing issues, and later on we just decided, the whole 8 hours, we were just playing. We are here to work for our people. The issue, you see, these Afrikaners, you need to talk to them. You need to talk to your coalition partners. I don't like this. And you are happy, you are smiling there. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing? Protect me. Part of your duty is to protect me. People are laughing there as if we are in a Cookcester festival here. No, talk to the Boers. The Boers are laughing. I mean, talk to the Boers. They are laughing at a black man who's speaking their language. I'm forcing to speak their colonizers' language. I was supposed to speak my Soto language. I'm accommodating them. They are laughing here because they've colonized our mind.
Councillors, it's exactly what gets us to this far. When I allow you to speak, no, listen. You raise your hand. You raise your hand. No, I've identified hands. I can't have extra. Let's first deal with, we finished. No, there's another point. There's another point. So, Councillor Ramabut, we are this far because there was something that smells of a motion or a proposal. So we are here and we are not catching the smell of it. It's something that smelled like that, but it's not. So, Alderman Malek. Yes, Alderman Malek, you are protected. Thank you.
Allow me to... No, it's a point of order, Speaker. It's a point of order, Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor Alderman Malek. No, wait, I am speaking. You are next, and then Councillor right at the back, you will be after Alderman, okay? In that order. Thank you very much. Let's protect Alderman Malek now. Alderman Malek, you are on the platform, please.
Speaker, we are highly disappointed in the manner that we do not have respect and regard for the office you occupy. That we think this is about you. It's not about you. It's about the incumbent in the office of the Speaker. We are challenging the seat, not you. We are not worried about you. Because we can see that you are protecting, you are thinking that we are fighting Dr. Mayoral. We are not. We are fighting the Speaker. Therefore, if you have less regard for the office, we respect it. And it's okay that the coalition think Dr. Mayoral is more important than the institution. It's okay for them to do this. It's political expediency that they're doing. We'll take the message out in the public that Action SA, FF Plus, and the DA, including what is Kenny Mishua's party, the two councillors that are with Kenny Mishua, that they think that the institution doesn't matter. And what matters most, it is their positions that they agreed on in the coalition and nothing else. It's okay, we'll proceed. People need to be served and they need to be led. But we're not happy with you sitting there, Speaker. We are taking this matter to Public Protector. We are going to remove you in office. We are not tired. There's nothing that we should do except opposing what government is doing. We are going to do it smartly. we are going to make sure that there's a special committee that is going to look into the fitness of you holding office. You can reject the motion today. You can try to reject it tomorrow, but you will not block us going a further mile to make sure that we remove you there. Thank you.
Now, councillors, I want to reiterate the position. You are next, councillor, but I just want to talk to this because I must rule. I am not resisting. Yeah. Okay. No. Thank you very much. I think. Okay. Let's have a proper motion correctly according to the rules and orders. The rest will follow. Councillor, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I want to raise two issues with you. Section 23D and Section 27 of the Rules and Orders of the City of Tshwane. Before we went for lunch, Speaker, the leader of the EFF, Councillor Ramabodu, put a proposal to you that is asking that you consider Section 23D, that the meeting be adjourned until a later date, which also goes hand with Section 27 of postponement of a council meeting to a later date. That was a proposal that was put to you, Speaker, and you did not entertain that proposal or even ask the officials to check if Councillor Ramabodu has put that in writing or anything. You just continued and entertained other issues when we tried to raise point of orders with you so that you entertain the proposal that was put before this council, Speaker. You did not recognize us. So can you please entertain it? It was raised in this meeting, Speaker. It deserves to be entertained. When there's a proposal, you know that it must be entertained, Speaker. Please do the right thing. Follow the rules and orders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have indicated, can I finish? I have indicated that I have no problem working together with yourselves to follow rules and orders. So we do things the right way, and all of us, not just the speaker. So there is no, you see, you lose patience, but I'm patient. I think it's not fair. I am saying there is no motion, there is no proposal. But let me come back to Councillor Ramabodu. Councillor Ramabodu, Councillor Sharp, I've recognized you. Councillor Ramabodu, I'm saying there is nothing to rule on here. There's no proposal, there's nothing. So there's nothing to rule on. So that's why I said we are proceeding until motions are submitted according to the rules and orders. Then you will see us marching in line in tandem with the rules and orders. Thank you very much. I have identified Nhlapo first. So I want to avoid a debate here. So let me come to Ramabodu and then Makaleng in that order. And then after this round, we are not going ping pong again. No, let's first take this. No, let's first take the first round. We are taking the first round of it's fine, let's do it correctly, Alderman Malek. Remove correctly. No, but you remove correctly. Follow the law. Yes, Nhlapo, you are protected, Councillor Nhlapo.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Speaker. Maybe to refresh one another, Speaker, when the matter was presented by Councillor Bushielo, there were matters of point of information and point of order where you were still on the platform. My understanding is that he was going to present that submission and the recommendation that he was also busy with before all the points of information and order which were raised. But now that we are here, I want to put before you, Speaker, in confirming what Councillor Maloge said, that there be a special meeting that looks into this matter that is being presented before us. I propose that we have that special council meeting to look into that, and a report be furnished by an ad hoc committee that would have looked into the matters that are raised. Why I'm proposing that, Speaker, there are other items following on the agenda that speaks to the proper governance of the city. And it will be very much a disservice that we are caught up in a matter that would have appreciated that you'd have assisted the House to say the matter that is being raised, as much as it would have not followed the processes of a motion, but because it speaks to the morality of you presiding over the meeting, you would have said maybe let there be a proposal of having a special sitting to deal with this matter where you recuse yourself and the matter is being discussed. And when that thing is done, it will either confirm the allegation or clear you so that we are able to proceed as council. But now I'm worried that we continuously get locked up into partisan than dealing with principal issues. And that degenerates the House. Some of us, we've been raising our hands and you end up making us to lose our temper, primarily because of, I've raised it with you even offline, to say you are focusing there and sometimes you don't need to hear what we want to say. I propose that we put a special council to look into this matter that is being raised that affects the office of the Speaker, and we are able to get the report with an ad hoc committee which will be investigating this particular process. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Chapo, now that makes a lot of sense and logic. It makes a lot of sense because that's the right way to do it. We are not preventing this process. What we are saying is that let's follow the rules and orders because that's the inevitable. And I think the Chief Whip has already said that this matter, it's already referred to him and he also had referred it further for treatment by the chairperson of the ethics, rules and ethics. So you are correct. So we will come to that point where we have a, and I won't even have to come here. I won't even bother to come here. Yeah, because yes, I won't bother. Yeah, yes, it will happen. Thank you very much. Let's come to we will come. We'll come to that. Yes, you were second, and then Ramabut. Who was? It was you first. Yeah, I think it's Ramabut first, and then Makaling. Yeah, in that order. Councillor Ramabut, thank you very much.
No, Doctor. Committee for, okay, it's a good proposal as you say, but committee for what? There's nothing on the table. Committee for him. It's a committee for something that you chose with the mayor to say it's not according to the rules. So when you form a committee, you are forming a committee for what discussion? It was on which agenda? So you want us to respect the rules, but you don't respect them yourselves. Now, I want to repeat what Councillor Mkhongo have said. You have a duty in terms of section 23 to rule on my proposal. And section 23 affords you to give it to the House because we are the ones who are proposing to agenda. I want to take you back. When the mayor, because you guys are scared of this mayor, I don't know what are you scared of there because there's nothing. When the last time this mayor was on the screen here, himself, he even went as far as instructing us to agenda. Do you remember? And then he even gave us a time, a mayor, a councillor like me. I'm not the mayor. I'm coming with a proposal. I'm not even giving you time. I'm referring you to the rules. I'm saying to you, let's agenda this sitting and come back. Follow the rules according to how you want us to follow them. But for now, I don't think we are doing justice. It's fine. The allegations, Speaker, we are not attacking you. Actually, now we like you. We don't have a problem with you. You are a pastor. You are a doctor. I mean, why should we fight with you? But the allegations before you are very worrying. And if we are true leaders and honorable members of this House, we don't have to take those allegations lightly. And you as a pastor, you told me now that those are not true. And I believe you because but for the fact of the process, I will want everyone here to be comfortable that we are led by an honorable speaker before us. Part of the things on that letters includes even GBV. I mean, we don't have to be that loyal to the multi-party or position. It means people have sent crooks here who will just undermine serious allegations against any leader. It may be you today. Tomorrow there will be allegations against the mayor. There was a guy here from the DA. The allegation came here when he was the mayor, that one with flower suits, Mohalapa. There was a sex in the city allegation, and people undermine those allegations. Boom, the DA agrees that the guy was having sex in that office of Randall. Randall, you are in the office where there was a sex arrangement. And the DA decided to chase that guy away.
Councillor Ramabut, a point of order is not for discussion. I'm being patient, and then when I rule on these things, you will say, I think you are the ones who are abusing the use of the point of orders. And we have said and discussed these things at Whipparis as well. No, but you are wrapping up, you go off tangent, and then you think I must be patient. I think you are abusing all of us. Yeah, please apologize.
So, Doc, hey, Doctor, I say let's now rule on our proposal of the adjournment of this sitting. Because since we've been here from 10 o'clock, we've been discussing a letter, and that letter, you come later, you say it's not a proposal or it's not a motion. We have already discussed the letter, allegations are before you, and I don't think as an honorable member you must reduce yourself to this. You are a very serious person to be in that seat and with a cloud that are allegations before you. I think you just need to recuse yourself, sit there, and allow those who are not conflicted with allegations. Remember, the issue of recusing yourself is not only on that issue on you, it's an issue also of presiding over these serious reports before us with those allegations. Leading coffee, leading, there are many allegations there.
Councillors, I don't want to engage on a debate. All what I'm simply saying, let motions, if they be urgent, follow the rules and orders. Now, there's a provision, and I think we have reiterated this many a times. Ushielo, be patient, okay? You are just protracting this, and when I talk, you don't want. You can't muscle the chairperson of the council. Okay, so it's fine. It will follow processes. That's what we are saying. So when we look at you, we see yes, it's fine.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think I'm standing on a point of information based on the proposal that was put forward by Councillor Ramabodu. The inconsistency here, it's that this particular section refers us to section 42, where it speaks of council in committee, and we are not in committee. So, Speaker, I'm just saying, in some other contributions of councillors, there are things that they make you to feel comfortable of what is being said, like you fall into the trap of a good proposal that was brought by Councillor Nhlap. You know, in as much as it might be good, but it's not inconsistent with the rules. So don't fall into such discussions, Honorable Speaker. So therefore, I propose that we move to the next business agenda on the agenda, and so that your ruling that you have made can be inconsistent with the rules. Thank you, Chairperson.
Speaker, sustained. I've already said we are moving to the next item in the agenda. So that is sustained, Councillor Ramon. So any other hand must be taking us forward. I'm not going back now. I've ruled, and no, in terms of the rules and orders, once the Speaker has ruled, you cannot debate or enter into any point of order. So I'm not entertaining any other point. I've just ruled. We are going to the next item, and please be guided by the rules and orders. You can't raise a point of order after the Speaker has ruled on a point. I have ruled, we are proceeding. Thank you. Item number C, No, councillors, be guided by the rules and orders. I have ruled no more further discussions. Item number C, official notices. You don't have to like the rules and orders, but that's what it is. Declaration and filling of casual vacancy, Councillor S. Nokete, Patriotic Alliance. Honorable councillors, a casual vacancy had occurred in the council as a result of the resignation of former Councillor S. Nokete, Patriotic Alliance, PR councillor, on the 28th of February 2022. Honorable councillors, in line with item 18 of order. Honorable councillors, in line with item 18 of Schedule 1 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act 1998, Act 117 of 1998, I have received communication dated 24th March 2022 from the Independent Electoral Commission declaring Councillor Debaya Teresa Williams Moses, whom we earlier welcomed in this council meeting, as the replacement to former Councillor Nokete. Now, item number D is unopposed proposals by the Speaker and other proposals allowed by the Speaker. Now, number 1, which is D1, urgent reports for submission to the council meeting of the 31st of March 2022. Honorable councillors, the reports contained in parts 2 and parts 2A of our agenda were received from the leader of executive business on the 24th and the 25th of March 2022, respectively, and delivered to you on a SharePoint on 24 and 25th March 2022, respectively. These reports, order councillors, these reports are urgent and some legislated, and therefore they must serve today. I trust that the executive mayor will also speak to these items when he submits his reports to us today. Let's proceed to D2. Reports allowed by the Speaker at his discretion in terms of Section 8(1)(k) of the Rules and Orders. Honorable councillors, Section 8(1)(k) of the Rules and Orders provides for the reports or matters not contained in the notice of the meeting to be allowed at the discretion of the Speaker. I have allowed the following reports today under Section 8(1)(k) of the Rules and Orders. Office of the Chief Whip of Council, the approval of the City of Tshwane Whippery model for the 2021-2026 term of office. Bullet number 2, Office of the Chief Whip of Council, report on the establishment of the Councillor's Performance Management System for the 2021-2026 term of office. Bullet number 3, Office of the Chief Whip of Council, report on the re-establishment of the Special Committee. Office of the Chief Whip of Council, report on the re-establishment of the City of Tshwane Multi-Party Women's Caucus for the 2021-2026 term of office. The 5th bullet, Office of the Speaker, annual program for quarterly public meetings in 107 wards, 1 April 2022 to 30 June 2022. And then the last bullet is Office of the Speaker, reconstitution of the Electoral Committee in terms of the Section 79 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act 1998. Members and approval of the appointments of the Independent Electoral Body. We will get to these reports towards the end of the agenda. Now, number 3, blood donation drive in Tshwane House. Honorable councillors, I have received a request from the MMC GEC March, MMC for Health, to brief council on the initiative by the Health Department to encourage residents to support and participate on the blood donation drive, resulting from the critical shortage of donated blood in South Africa.
Point of information. You must recognize us.
Ow.
Get down.
Please leave the chamber now.
Speaker Kolalele Malshika Mfuyas. Mina ngithi umdokotela kanti lapha abanye bagula wena kwenza njani manje?
You can let us say in that meeting.
Switch on the mic. They must switch on the mic for us. Councillor, switch on the mic. Switch on. Speaker,
Tana Wallenbeck. You go right, Hassan. Size umthengisi mtshana. Bora umunyake mara no sethu nyaka ummatha mtshana. Stand on the ground mtshana. What we have said in the morning, le now tswela pele ga yona. Size King, renda lu fitlhe mtshana o botsa re o kowa. Awa size mtshana. Size, we party Action SA. The whippery of Action SA. We've been asking.
Speaker, Councillor Ramabodu's hand has been up for the past 5 minutes. Please recognize him. Rule 38, subsection 3 allows him to raise his hand. Please, Speaker, note the Councillor of the EFF, who is the party leader, Councillor Ramabodu. His hand is up. Speaker, section 38, subsection 3. It says a member contemplated in subsection 2 is entitled to be heard immediately. Please listen to Councillor Ramabodu. He wants to address you. Security.
That's fine. Yeah. 10 minutes break. Arinyaki, Papa. Arinyaki. We want to speak. We don't want break. We want to speak.
PV must fall. Aye. Arinyaki break him. Arinyaki break. Aratswara ke tla la re jane.
Ala wana batho ba formana. Batho ba korola twa mo batho. Twa mo ma. Au. Le buritse go vendor lona 5 years ka mokana. Au, na sindoda ibuyela kumakwarela madoda. Kongatsiyazwana kanti. Kongatsiyazwana kanti nangu nobhala abuyela kumakwarela. Nangu nobhala enza ipeace nomakwarela sekingeni la.
Speaker.
Speaker, you are disrupting council. You are the one who's disrupting council, Speaker. Can't you see? Makwarela. Makwarela utluwe mo, man. That's not all about you. It's all about the community. Tluwa mo. Sujet. 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 Excuse
Sizo iranda makwarela mo. 3 minutes e fedile bana. Ba re ifuleng. Unang'ang'ana makwarela.
Councillors, our 10 minutes break has lapsed. Let's settle down. Councillors, let's settle down. Our 10 minutes break has lapsed. Let's settle down, councillors. Our 10 minutes break has lapsed. Councillors, let's settle down. 10 minutes break has lapsed.
Mayor Randall, you must interdict council.
Texas.
At least.
Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. Let's sit down, please. The magic word, please. Councillors, let's settle down. Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors, for settling down. Councillors, let's settle down one more time, please. Thank you, Councillor Sean, for settling down. Councillor Lishaban, oh, okay, all right, okay. Thank you very much. Fighter. Okay. Yes, Chief Whip, there's a hand from you.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to give short feedback on deliberations that took place between myself and various caucuses regarding the process that was followed. I just want to clarify that I received a request from yourself as the Speaker of Council, where you request me to investigate the allegations that were made against you. I have the documentation here that I showed to the various caucuses, where I then referred your request to the Rules and Ethics Committee with specific reference to the terms of reference of the Rules and Ethics Committee. And the Rules and Ethics Committee will then draft a report to Council where a special Council meeting will be called in order to establish a special committee to investigate the allegations. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. And I know that from the ANC side, there's also a request from the ANC caucus regarding the Council agenda for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Malik. Oh, yes. Councillor Bushielo.
Yeah, thank you very much, the Speaker. We are very much happy in terms of the report that we have just received. I think this is what we needed when we were raising the matter. And we are also indicating that we are requesting you to prioritize, to move forward certain reports, all those legislative reports. We have got the APC here. We wanted to get the reports that is coming from them. So if we can agree as the council to move those reports to us, and we are satisfied that at least we receive a valuable information from the Chief Whip with regard to the processes that is going to be taken to deal with this important matter. But we need to also agree in terms of the timeline of the, we don't want to leave the vacuum. We must agree on the timeline of the next special council to deal with this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ramabut.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We think now we have a progress on this matter. We agree with the proposal before us, but what we are concerned about is an issue of the next council. We need to decide is either we use section 2A at your disposal there as a speaker to decide within the 7 days that when can we have a special council dealing with the matters, because I said myself that the allegations are very serious and we can't have such allegations that we don't deal with. And I like what you wrote there to the Chief Whip to say you will want these matters to be investigated. It means you are confident as a councillor that you will want these issues to be attended to. And that's a sign of a man who's not a coward, who knows that he doesn't have anything to hide. And that's what we want when we speak about accountability of leaders who are leading our people. So we think that you must deal with it through Section 2A. If Section 2A is difficult for you to do it, ourselves will use the rules, the legislation, where it allows us to sign a petition of one quarter, one third, I mean to say, one third of councillors to call a meeting. Councillors themselves, if they sign a petition with one third, they can call a meeting within 48 hours. So we have two options. If you can deal with that section 2A, or we deal with it through the 48-hour approach. Lastly, we will want to agree that we deal with legislative reports. I think there are 5. And then we refer the other reports to the next council. And we must not confuse it as a postponement of some sort. It's not, because the next special council that is coming, it must bring new agendas so that we don't find ourselves not in the right side of the legislation or the rules, because the rules are clear that if we postpone this meeting and there's a continuation of the meeting, we therefore can't bring new items on the agenda. So for avoiding that, so that we deal with any report that will come that speaks on this, we must deal with it on Section 2A. And it's over to you. You can tell us when are you comfortable to call the next meeting. Otherwise, I'm suggesting that we proceed. Thanks.
Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you, all the party leaders and the chief whip for that progressive step. Just a second. Thank you very much, councillors. Let's settle down. There is a hand from Councillor Duploy.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I can confirm that the report will be ready so that we can reconvene in 7 days.
Councillors, did you hear that? Okay. Yes, actually, she must speak on record. Okay, no, thank you very much, Councillor Ramabud. Councillor, do you want to repeat that? Okay.
Thank you very much, Speaker. What I said was that Rules and Ethics will be ready with this report in order for us to reconvene in 7 days. I trust that that meets with the Council's approval. Thank you very much.
It'll be done in 7 days.
Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. Okay. So, we want to thank the Rules Ethics on this matter, but we want 7 days. We are empowered as a council to choose a date like we did last time. I made an example about that council meeting where the mayor was instructing us when must we meet. When that day the mayor disrespected the rules big time. So we ourselves as councillors here, through you, let's choose the date according to the 7 days rule that support us. Let's now agree when is the next special council so that you make proper arrangement and logistics.
Can we just remind the Honourable EFF member to refer to page 43, number 34. A member can only speak once on an item. All the time he's repeating, talking on the motion 7 times. Speaker, you've ruled. So can we not allow him again to speak on the same item over and over again? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Ramabud, let's just check. There is a progressive suggestion of 7 days, but what you are no, okay.
So the member must read. I don't know. He must read. I don't understand why do we have white people who don't understand their language. She must read. She must read. The section does not say only a member may speak once, but it also continue on saying the speaker may allow a member to speak more than once. So you allowed me to speak more than once. So why should he remind you? So she's disrespecting you. So you must rule that thing out.
Councillor Ramabud, I think we were coming on good traction. Now you're saying this thing and so on and so forth. Okay. Councillors, I'm not taking any more hands. Thank you very much. I'm not taking any other hands. I just want to, the issue of the date, I'm particularly interested on that so that we can. My rule is that you were protected, is not sustained. Let's take a hand on the issue of 7 days. Councillor Juleta, Councillor Duploy. The issue of 7 days. I remember what she has said. Let me try to say it so that yes, Councillor Matebe, before yes.
Speaker, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I just want us to move together nicely. The councillors were agreeing that it's urgent, it must be within 7 days, and that's how the chairperson of Rules and Ethics guided. And it is, in terms of legislation, it's the responsibility of the Speaker to then convene that meeting. So may we allow the Office of the Speaker to convene that meeting within the 7 days that we are saying it should be convened? Yeah, no, but we cannot convene that meeting. It is that office that must do that. So please, I'm saying within legislation, within the prescript of the legislation, please. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Matebe, MMC Matebe, actually. Alderman Malik, let's...
Yeah, Speaker, we are not confused. Council instructs you. Whatever you need to do, the rule says you must look for a reasonable time so that that meeting can take place. But council is instructive. Ensure that we convene within 7 days. We can't allow you space to try and do anything outside the 7 days. Now, the chair of rules and ethics, she says, by that time we would have considered the report and have had ample time to generate the report that would be sufficient for council. But we are pleased with that. But there can't be a situation where you are afforded that no, it will be your discretion to decide on any. No, it doesn't work like that. We are council, we've convened here. We are saying that thing must come back within 7 days. Therefore, what 7 days? What the rule says, it says there is no time that needs to be afforded. Therefore, I think 7 days is enough and sufficient for you to reconvene.
Yeah, thanks very much, Alderman Malik. I think that is in order. We are in agreement with that. The instruction is taken in good faith. Thank you very much. The office of the Speaker will issue out a notice within 7 days. Thank you. Can we proceed? Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, let's proceed now to... Can I proceed? Oh, is that, what is that hand, Councillor Ramawood?
Clarity, seeking question here. 7 working days or just 7 days? We need to understand. Thank you.
1, 2.
It's 7 working days. 7 working days. Okay. Let's start with Councillor Ramabudi was first, and then you will follow.
Where does it say 7 working days? Which section? It speaks about 7 days. So let's not amend the rules. So let's count from here. Let me count for you. 1. It's April 2022. Let's count from Friday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we may call it, if you are late, next week Thursday. I agree we are having a way forward so that we know how to plan. So 7 days is next week Thursday. Maybe they may be ready before 6 is Wednesday. So somewhere there, let's choose between Wednesday and Thursday. Hey, I agree we are the ones who choose the dates. Then the Speaker just communicate on our behalf. That's what the rules empower us.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm in agreement with the Councillor Ramabodi, because when you are saying within 7 days, it means within 7 days we can even take the notice or the meeting will be the end of the month, next month. So I agree with Ramabodi with the sentiment, because that's what I want to indicate on it. It must be 7 days from now on. Thank you.
Yeah, councillors, let's just clarify this appropriately. Let's listen, councillors. According to the rules and orders, section 2.1, it says notice of the time and place of every ordinary meeting and agenda of meetings must be served on every member at least 7 working days. 7 working days. So we will be guided by the rules. It's 7 working days. Can we proceed now? I think this must be clear, the issue of, according to section. Let's start with Councillor Makaling, and then Chapo, and then Mabukhwa. In that order.
Speaker, I think maybe we might be missing each other. The meeting that is requested is a special meeting. It's not an ordinary meeting. Therefore, I propose that what Councillor Maluleke has said and what also Chairperson of Rules and Ethics have agreed upon, which you have already ruled on and also Councillor Ramabodu has added on that, is the same ruling that you just have to sustain and move forward. More contributions bring contradictions, and therefore it raises more points of orders, it raises more contribution to that. If we can remain on that, then we'll move forward very fine. Thank you very much.
Sustained, Councillor Ramabodu. I find Councillor
I think for the first time since I came to council, I'm drinking in the same cup with my fellow colleague from the other side. But safe to say that the chair of chair is expected to be presiding over that meeting in that coming meeting so that we are able to safeguard the process and it become clear. Thank you.
Mabukwan, it's fine. Mabukwan, you're fine.
I wanted to correct you, Speaker, on the issue of 7 days. The 7 days issue we're referring to is in relation to the ordinary meeting. Now, we're requesting this meeting as a special meeting to deal with a special issue.
Yes.
Now, I, in the first place, agreed with her when she was saying 7 days, she can be done with the report in the next 7 days. And I agree with her, it doesn't have to be 7 working days because this is a special issue. And I think that for that office, this particular issue needs an urgent attention. But also on this proposal by Councillor Nhlapo, I think I beg to differ there. The chair of chairs must not chair that meeting. I think that the council must decide. But we can give you a leverage to preside over the election of an acting speaker, and then we attend to the issues pertaining your case. But not here, because I've got the experience, yes. So must not chair. So we can allow you to chair for the election of the acting speaker, and then.
No, thank you very much. I think we are agreeing that we are proceeding. Let's take the next item. Yeah, okay. Now, thank you very much. Item number 3 in our agenda, it says blood donation drive in Tshwane House. Honorable councillors, I have received a request from the MMC, GEC Max, MMC for Health to brief council on the initiative by the Health Department to encourage residents to support and participate on the blood donation drive, resulting from the critical shortage of donated blood in South Africa. I have considered this request and I will now therefore give MMC Max to address council on her request. MMC Max.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to give a short a reason behind this. Currently, we've got a critical shortage of donated blood in the country. Less than 1% of South African population is donating. The South African National Blood Bank Service needs a daily donation of 4,500 blood units to meet the ever-increasing demand of this precious commodity. But why is this important to donate blood? Because by doing so, we give people who are reliant on blood transfusions a fighting challenge and a chance to not only survive, but also to live a happy and fulfilling life. But who are the people who are reliant on our blood donations? It is people who recover from illnesses such as childbirth complications, cancer treatment, burns, trauma and surgery. In other words, it is our friends, family, neighbors, business acquaintances, and community members who are at some stage will need blood transfusion. The scarcity of donated blood is so severe that Tshwane Health Department has decided to provide active support to the South African National Blood Service. It has been agreed to conduct a blood drive at the Swanee House and in some of the regions from the 3rd to the 6th of May 2022. This will coincide with annual awareness campaign of the occupational health and safety, and therefore joint planning will take place to finalize the arrangements. We have decided on these dates. On the 3rd of May, it will be at Swanee House. On the 4th, it will be at Pilditch Stadium. On the 5th, it will be at Giant Stadium. And on the 6th of May, Mamelodi. The aim is to get as many as possible councillors to come and donate, and also the city employees. In the regions, we hope that the community members will also participate. The blood drive initiative will be integrated with the COVID screening and testing, as well as vaccinations provided by our mobile units. So they will be on site. And we want to see if us as councillors can take the lead to donate blood. And by doing that, we will show the community that we do care about them. So I really want to plead with you. Please help us to get as many as possible units donated from us. Thank you.
We'll just have it. Thank you very much, MMC Max. Let's proceed to item number 4. Swansea celebrated Water Month in the run-up to World Water Day. Honorable Councillors, I have received another request from the MMC RK Matebe, MMC for Environment and Agriculture Management, to brief Council on the National Water Week and all water-related issues. I have considered this request and will now therefore give MMC Matebe to address Council on her request. MMC Matebe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to address Council. During March, the city celebrated its own Water Month in the run-up to the National Water Week and World Water Day. The National Water Week is celebrated annually in the month of March to raise awareness on the importance of water, one of South Africa's most scarce resources. This year, it was celebrated from the 21st to the 27th of March. World Water Day is celebrated each year on the 22nd of March, and the United Nations sets a theme which responds to a current or future challenge in the preservation of water resources. Honorable Speaker, this year's theme was groundwater, making the invisible visible, and sought to inform people that the preservation of groundwater, although invisible, is critical for human survival. Groundwater can be found almost everywhere and is used for drinking water by most people who live in rural areas and in most of the areas that don't have access to piped water. Groundwater supplies are replenished by rain that seeps into the cracks and crevices beneath the land surface. In some areas of the world, people face serious water shortages because this scarce resource is consumed faster than it is naturally replenished. In other areas, groundwater is polluted by human activities. Rapid development and urbanization place a heavy burden on groundwater as pollutants sink into the aquifers. Groundwater can be polluted by landfills, septic tanks, leaky underground gas tanks, and from overuse of fertilizers and pesticides. Honorable Speaker, during March, the Department of Environment and Agriculture Management hosted a number of activities and education sessions in regions 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. And we endeavor to extend that in the next year so that we cover all regions. Officials visited a number of schools and showcased the many careers one could follow in the water and environment sectors. We met with the teachers for water education and awareness workshops, and we organized 2 river cleanups in Atteridgeville and Majone. Honorable Speaker, I call on all councillors and the people in our communities to acknowledge the importance of groundwater, to remain conscious of its preservation, and ensure its preservation for generations to come. And for that reason, it is Honorable Speaker, that we are addressing council today so that as councillors, we should prioritize conscientizing our communities so that the rate at which we pollute our environments should be addressed going forward. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so very much, Councillor Mateo. Yes, sorry, Alderman Malik.
No, thanks, Speaker. We welcome the two reports, but programming must be appraised on how we should consume them. Because I thought most of these reports will come through annexures. Because this is a conversation of the executive and the work that they've done. Therefore, through annexures, we receive these reports. But I don't have a problem when MMCs wants to speak. But let's then have an understanding on how we're going to consume them. Because if you want to react to this, we're not prepared, Speaker. It's good work. It speaks to sustainability of our resources. We don't have water in Tswane. Therefore, if we want to consume it, how then do we react to it? When many, Chief Whip, items we prepare ourselves. Therefore, let it come to programming, MMC. We understand so that we then respond. Thank you.
I think that's a reasonable input, Alderman Maleke. Chief Whip, I think you accept that. Okay, thank you. Well received. Item number 5, advancing of item 19, part 2, the consolidated audited annual report for the city of Tshwane and its entities for the end of the 2020-2021 financial year, submitted in terms of section 127, subsection 3B of the Municipal Finance Management Act 56 of 2003 MFMA and section 46 of the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000 MSA. Honorable Councillors, please note that in compliance with section 127, subsection 2 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, the annual report for the city of Tshwane for the financial year 2021 was loaded on SharePoint calendar on the 24th of March 2022 and is contained in our agenda today as item 19, part 2. In terms of section 8, subsection 2 of the rules and orders, I will bring forward this item so that we can dispose of it and I'll also allow our invited guests to be released to continue with their other work commitments. This report is tabled in council in terms of section 127, subsection 2 of the MFMA to allow the representatives of the Auditor General and the chairperson of the Audit and Performance Committee to assist council with any clarity-seeking questions relating to the annual report before it is subjected for public consultative processes and debate. Now, section E of our agenda is the consideration of the minutes of the previous council meetings. Continuation of the special council of the 31st of January 2022. These are minutes that were deferred from council meeting of 24 February 2022. Honorable councillors, at the council meeting of the 24 February 2022, during consideration of these minutes of the following consents, the following consents, among others, were raised with which resulted in these minutes being deferred to this council meeting. Point 1, Councillor AWF Middlebeck being marked absent from the meeting while he is, in his opinion, did submit his apology through the whippery. Point number 2, the exclusion of Councillor O.S. Ramabodu from the council for the period of 60 days in accordance with the established procedure. And then the last point was the ANC caucus being marked absent from the meeting. Now, yes, Chief Whip.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to check with you that remember the ANC requested that certain items should be advanced as well, not only item 19. So I don't know if the ANC just want to indicate which items they want to be advanced.
Chief Whip, I've not forgotten about that point. I'm just about to come to that point, but I cannot advance any items. They are the mayor's items. They must go and persuade the mayor as to which ones. And then they will be presented to me in that order, and then I will discharge them in that. I don't have any problem. Is that fine?
No, as far as I know, if you advance items, then you must do it all at the same time. You've advanced item 90. Now you must also advance the other items as requested by the ANC.
Let me. Correct. Chief Whip, I don't have problem with that suggestion. All what I'm saying is that let me dispense with these minutes first. Then we will come to the point of advancing. But at that point, I want concurrence between the proposer, which is fine, but it must be agreed with the mayor. They are not my items, they come from the mayor. So once you have agreed, you submit to me insofar as that is concerned, then I will dispense with those items as suggested. No problem at all. Is that fine? We're just dealing with the minutes now. Thank you. Okay, the first point of Councillor Middlebeck being marked up. Oh, sorry, Councillor Ramaut. Hey? I was dealing with, we're coming to your point, yes. Councillors, can we proceed? Point number one, Councillor Middlebeck being marked absent. Councillors? Honorable Councillors, following consultation with the Office of the Chief Whip on the above matter, it was established that Councillor Middlebeck did indeed present his apology for the purposes of this meeting through whippery, and therefore the minutes will be corrected accordingly in this regard. Point number two, which is that of the exclusion of Councillor Ramawodu from council meetings. Honorable Councillors, Section 9, subsection 2 of the Rules and Orders provides as follows. This is unaltered. No proposal on or discussion of the minutes is allowed, except for a proposal on a discussion of the accuracy of the minutes. In my opinion, councillors, the matter of the exclusion of Councillor Ramawodu from the council meeting was well captured in these minutes. And in terms of the relevant procedures, this matter will be referred to the Section 79 Standing Committee, Rules and Ethics, for consideration and subsequent report back to council in this regard. The last item is ANC caucus members being marked absent from the meeting. Honorable councillors, this matter will be referred to the Special Committee for Investigation, and a report back in this regard will be submitted to council for consideration. With this explanation, honorable councillors, I therefore put again this minute for approval. Approved? Yes, Councillor, is that Mabokwan?
Speaker. Councillor Speaker, I'm worried because the referrals you are speaking about, the two referrals, are going to give us problems when they get to Section 79 on standing rules. Because there must be a person who has referred. Let me say, in case a person who's referred refuses the referral or refuses to present an evidence, there must be a counter evidence against that particular person. So in a case of Councillor Ramawodu, we want to know who has referred that case, because I don't think it's you. According to how it was presented, the minutes were presented in the previous council, the referral was not made by you. So I think that in that case, then it will give us a problem. So let's just remove those things from the minute. They are not necessary. We're still starting. We have just started the council.
There is no one.
Councillor Mawhana, are you done? Okay. Now, look, man, section 9(2) of the rules and orders provides as follows: no proposal or discussion. So we are not discussing here. Let these things go there. They will be discussed there. Okay? The report will come back. Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Once the speaker has ruled, no further discussion. It's rules and orders. Thank you.
I want to refer you then. You are referred. Ngiyazibuza ukuthi ngixoxani lapho ngoba sazi ukuthi angizwani.
Bayani urekisitse manje.
Awusithengisile Dimani. Naba sebacoca ukuthi bawuphuza kuphi ikofi nasisuka la. Speaker. Can I refer you? Can I refer your ruling?
You don't refer, the speaker refers. Thank you very much. Honorable councillors. Yeah, but I must agree. Thank you very much.
So we are referring your ruling, Speaker, to the Rules and Ethics Committee.
It's referred. On record.
We love records. It's referred. Councillor Mobudu and then Councillor Makaling in that order. Let's. Councillor Shaban. Can I give him attention? Okay. Councillor Mobudu first.
No, Speaker. That issue that was raised, we spoke about it last time. And I remember that Councillor Maluleka also spoke about it. My proposal is that we withdraw that thing. Withdraw that thing is going to cause problems because with that 60 days, if you think is good for me, it will also come to you. You just come with 60 days. 60 days, but I'm irritating you so much here, the DA, so you even wish me a sabbatical leave. No, withdraw those things. That issue was resolved somewhere. And you must give me a chance, man. Don't do those things. You want to chase me away here. Well, Grandi, you want me out here. Leave those things, man. Withdraw that 60 days process, man. It's a waste of resources of the city. Let's start this thing very nice, please, man. Yeah.
Councillors, I just want to advise you, section 9.2 says no proposal or discussion on the minute. And I can see now I'm allowing and I won't allow any further. I want to proceed. Thank you very much. Approved? Thank you. I have point of information.
Another 9 hours. We are energetic, eh? We can do it. So give us a chance. This issue affects us. It's not an easy issue that you must just say, no, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The issue, I'm raising on a point of information. The issue about Councillor Ramabodu, as it was discussed by Wipari on that day, it was that we cannot give a sanction just seated here and then we give. So it must be referred to rules and ethics. You might find that in rules and ethics might not find anything wrong with what Councillor Ramabodu did. And we also agreed, Councillor Ramabodu was present. It's just unfortunate that maybe some other people might not be giving Councillor Ramabodu his space to lead the caucus. So they must allow themselves to be led by Councillor Ramabodu, and therefore it's going to be to go well. Thank you very much.
Okay. Point of order, Councillor Mabukwa.
Yes, thank you very much. And you see, my order is that Councillor Makhaling is raising my point exactly. That is the reason we cannot take that matter further. That councillor did not say I'm referring Councillor Ramabodu. He has never said that. He said, I want Councillor Ramabodu in terms of the rules to be excluded from this council. So these are two different things. Referral and application of sanction are two different things. So it is for that reason that we are humbly asking you, Speaker, maybe we might pardon you later at the later stage as well, that let's see, remove that matter from the minutes there. Please.
Councillors, I think you are refusing to listen to this section. It's not my section, it's the rules and orders. Section 9, let's all go to section 9, subsection 2. Let's all go there. Because you are doing what the rules and orders don't promote. No, we can't divide on the rules and orders.
Doctor.
Honorable councillors, you are doing exactly. Can I? I've noted you. Can I speak, or you want to speak before me? I can allow you. Let me allow you to speak.
Thanks, the Honorable Speaker. I think this issue here, there is a disagreement. I mean, the minutes are supposed to be adopted in terms of what we are saying, only if it's a true reflection of what transpired on that day. Now, seemingly, there is no proper caption of what exactly transpired on that day. Even on the minutes, there is no reference of a councillor who moved that Councillor Ramabodu be excluded from the meeting of council or its committees for a period not exceeding 60 days. Now, the caption that he be excluded from meetings of council or its committees, the caption its committees, I did not hear about that on that day. Maybe one of the councillors could have heard that and would clarify. So the minutes here are faulty and as a result could not be adopted. I want to move further to say that there is also a sanction without Mr. Ramabodu, or Councillor Ramabodu, being afforded an opportunity to respond. Now, this then leads us to an arbitral decision of 60 days, which we don't know where it originated. I think you were emotional on that day. You just reacted and said, yeah, for 60 days. We don't know where that has originated. It is not something that moved from the floor. It is not something that was suggested by a councillor who said that Councillor Ramabodu must be referred. But this is an arbitral decision which the Speaker took out of anger. Now, I'm saying that the principle of Audit, which is here the other side, should have been taken through here. And to that effect, I'm going to request, in line with what Councillor Makhaleng has said, that the UNIPARI has also considered this thing and said that it should be referred. But then all these submissions are challenging the decision here that Councillor Ramabodu must be referred. Now, if you consider Honorable Speaker, Section 14 of the our rules and orders on review of council's resolution makes a provision that a request by a member for a review of a resolution in terms of Section 59.3 of the Municipal Systems Act may be submitted during the course of a meeting, and a request must state the reasons for the review. Now, for that, I'm requesting on behalf of the EFF, as the EFF's chief whip, that we be granted a caucus so that we can write a written submission, that this resolution that he must be referred be reviewed. Thank you.
Yes, yes, Councillor Junet.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to raise on a point of clarity, please. The councillor that referred Councillor Ramabodi was Councillor John Barendrecht. He referred Councillor Ramabodi due to a refusal to comply with a direction in terms of Section 36, and then proposed that, I'm just giving information, and then he said he proposed that the council, in terms of 37.2, Councillor Ramabodi must be excluded for 60 days. The point is, this matter has been referred to the Rules and Ethics Committee. What we do is, when such a referral comes to the Rules and Ethics Committee, the staff in my office invite the councillor to come and represent himself and to give his side of the story. So, Councillor Ramabodi, you will definitely get an invite to come and speak to us and state your case. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Not coming there, not coming.
That clarity is sustained. Alderman Malik.
We've asked for a caucus. We want to deal with that kangaroo court arrangement. We don't want to go there.
Let me take, before I grant caucus, Alderman Malik.
No, Speaker, I wanted to speak to what the chair of not MPEG, Rules was saying, that those that are wishing Councillor Ramabodi away might not find it if there's a fair process, a fair and a just process. Then it is not up to me to decide whether the matter should be referred or any other how. But what council must just understand is that there can't be people sitting in a dark room and deciding on his fitness to be in council. Then there should be a fair process if the matter is referred, and his side of the story and the other parties will be heard in that committee. Therefore, I'm saying we should not treat him differently. Any councillor referred, there should be a hearing that should afford him space. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Approved? Okay. Now, Council of the 24th of February 2020. I've already ruled. Councillor Al-Shaban. Okay. Honorable councillors, I now put to you okay, Councillor Al-Shaban.
Yes, thanks, Honorable Speaker. I understand that you have a discretion, but I have requested, as the chief whip of the EFF, for a caucus. And then you allowed him to speak before you make a ruling over my submission, but surprisingly, you are proceeding while my request is hanging.
What is the time of your caucus?
20 minutes.
Councillor Shaban, just say it because I didn't. 20, is it 20 or 10? 10. Okay, 10 granted. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mara baba nesengithoma ukungakuthembi nje khona. Khona ni? Hayi khona ni?
Yeah, let's proceed. Yeah, we are ready. Where is the speaker? Ten minutes if you really khale. Yeah, let's. Okay, I'm talking.
Speaker, we are ready.
Honorable councillors, thank you very much. Let's settle down so we may proceed with the business of today. MMC Katleho Matele. Yes, Chairperson, deploy. Thank you. Councillor Lishaban, sorry. You are back. Councillors, let's sit down so that Councillor Lishaban, in line with section 6A, you may proceed. Councillors, order now.
Comrade.
Officials.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Before I read the application, I'm going to cite the particular sections or pieces of the law that I'm relating to, as well with the summary of my understanding. Now, thanks for protection, the Honorable Speaker. In terms of the City of Tshwane rules and orders bylaws, 2012, promulgated on the 14th of January 2013, Local Authority Notice 17 of 2013, Section 14 thereof, which is the base of the application, reads as follows. That the review of Council's resolution, subsection 1, a request by a member for the review of a resolution in terms of Section 59.3 of the Municipal Systems Act may be submitted during the course of a meeting. In this regard, is the council sitting. And the request must state the reasons for review. Subsection 2. A request contemplated in subsection 1, except for a request submitted in writing by at least 1/4 of the members, must be put to vote without debate. Subsection 3. If a request in terms of subsection 2 has been carried, or if a request has been submitted in writing by at least 1/4 of the members, the council must, A, refer the matter to the executive mayor or oversight or standing committee, or, paragraph B, summarily confirm or revoke the resolution. I'm going to proceed, Honorable Speaker, and cite the Local Government Municipal Systems Act and Regulations, Section 59, subsection 3, which reads as follows.
Thank you, Chair. I'm rising on a point of order. I understand after a caucus, we have to get a report from the caucus and not go straight into some strange new motion. Can we get the report on the caucus first, please? Thank you, Speaker.
Thanks very much. Councillor Shabani, just continue with the report back after the caucus. Is that the report back? It is, right? Okay, proceed. Proceed with the report back.
Thanks. This is the report back. I think we have outlined the basis why we wanted the 10 minutes caucus. That is purely for this application that I'm dealing with. Thanks, may I proceed? Now, in terms of Section 59 of the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000, Section 59, subsection 3 thereof, reads that municipal council, paragraph A, in accordance with procedures of its rules and orders, which I've read already, may, or at the request in writing of at least 1/4 of the members, must review any decision taken by such a political structure, closed commas.
Please, councillors, enjoy your chicken licken somewhere. We have Councillor Lishavan. Thank you very much. Councillor Lishavan, you are protected. Continue.
Ubruce langahlale phasi ma. MMC dule phasi. Ubruce
Councillor Lishavan, just pause there. Yes, Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Dr. Speaker, I don't understand. We're not busy with the minutes, I would presume. And in terms of the minutes, Section 9.2 of the Rules and Orders provides as follows. No proposal on or discussion of the minutes is allowed, except for a proposal on or discussion of the accuracy of the minutes. But here we're talking about a review of a resolution and an application. That cannot be allowed when we're discussing the minutes, Dr. Speaker. So please, that's the point of information. Thank you.
Councillor Ramabut, there's still Councillor Lishaban on the floor. We need to proceed orderly here. No, I want to rule. Executive Mayor, you are very much correct. In terms of Section 9, subsection 2, you are very much in line. But what I want to do, Councillor Lishaban, because you are taking us away from this section. I have sustained the Mayor's quoting and reference to the rules and orders against what you are giving us now, because you are taking us into the minutes, and that's not what we are here to do. So, but I want you to, no, Councillor Makali. So I've been listening, and I think you are now stating the merits, this and that, and it's against the rules and orders. So as a result, I want us to continue with this minutes. I mean, with the meeting. Thank you very much. Councillor Makaling, do you want to have rules and there may be no further discussions? Okay, let's agree here. It's rules and orders. I have rules, and another point of information. I've ruled. Let us not continue. We continue with the agenda. I've ruled. Now, councillors, if we are approving the minutes here, we're not going into the merits. But if you
Let's cut the minutes and go to item 19.
no, thank you very much. Actually, we have ruled, and I will end up making these minutes have been approved long time ago. So let's just no. We have approved these minutes, and we proceed with the. I'm taking but it's not on this. It's a new point of order now. No, the rules and order says once I've ruled, no more debates, no discussion. I'm taking the point of order. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Ramaut.
So this is what is going to happen. You are wasting your time, all of you here, who agree with this nonsensical approach. Firstly, there was no committee that was established. There was no committee. At the time you referred me, all these referrals that you have referred people to are illegal because there was no committee that was established. You refer a person to something that does not exist. Firstly, I can take you to the cleaners with this one. Secondly, on this matter, Speaker, you yourself as a speaker here, actually you must now tell us how do you have minutes that says a person was referred to a committee that does not exist, but that person is not written on the minutes. You said no one can amend minutes, as the mayor is saying. But one of the members here, the chair of chairs of the same committee, comes here and clarify you that the person who have raised that issue is this councillor. So it means she also she's busy amending the minutes. So I think all this, including the referral of Councillor Marishan and all that were referred before the establishment of committee must fall out because they are illegal. You refer a person to something that does not exist. It doesn't work like that. So I'm not going to go to that nonsense. You'll go alone there. You must tell them that I'm not available. You will see. You must see. Let's go to court with this thing. Let's go. Because you are doing illegal things here.
Thank you. Let's proceed. Honorable councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the council meeting of the 24th of February 2022 for approval. Approved? Continuation. Oh. You want us to divide the house? Okay, let's go ahead. Let's divide the house. Chairman? Thank you very much. We are dividing the house, and mind you, I've also allowed other councillors to participate on teams. Those that are for the minutes, please raise up your hands in all the venues.
Point of order, Chair.
Speaker,
Speaker, point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
You are influencing the outcome.
Point of order. Udari. Point of order on you, Speaker.
Bazobhala incwadi ngawe tawo kwazi. Babona baphakamisa izandla nje baphakamisela ukubhala incwadi ngawe.
Those that are against,
Against, we saw you. Benjamin.
Orange can do it. But Speaker, I've raised a point of order, so it's disregarded.
just those that are against, please raise your hands again.
We don't want. We are not interested. We are done. We don't want. We are not going to. We are not going to be harassed here. We are done. We are done, Kema. We are not here for anyone here. We are not your kids. You are not your kids here. And then we must raise hands, and then you don't count us. You say they must raise hands again. Tell those white people to raise hands again. Tell those white people to raise hands again. Leave us. Leave us from your nonsense here. Oh.
Let's move, Honorable Speaker. Just tell them they've lost. The minutes are rejected. There's no recounting. We can see there on MS Teams. What is it? What is negotiated there?
This Tema behavior is exactly that he wants the position of Baban. I can see. It's a coup d'etat. He wants that position. I can see this is well orchestrated. You want to patch yourself here through our expense. Yes, at our own expense. La patchanamu. He's going to be the group head after you. And then we'll send you. It's well orchestrated. Clear. You can see.
You were busy entertaining.
Speaker, can I be recognized? I want to give a way forward. Speaker, I want to give a way forward. Speaker,
the minutes are rejected.
Speaker, I want to give a way forward. I want to give a way forward.
The way forward, those who are against, please raise up your hands. You are not allowed to lower your hands until we finish counting. No, you are not allowed to lower them until we finish counting. You are confusing the process. And you want us to listen to this. No. We are not going to listen to that. Raise your hands and you will lower them as soon as we finish. You are derailing this process, councillors. No, wait. You must raise your hand first. You can't be allowed to speak, and listen to me first. You cannot lift up your hands. Allow us to count, and then I'll give you turns to speak. No. You can't bulldoze us. Don't abuse other councillors. Raise your hands. Lift up your hands.
No, don't speak, raise your hands. Those that are against, please. Do like this. No, you get result. Do like this. Like this.
Thank you, Speaker. I want, in terms of the rules.
Councillor McCullen. Councillor McCullen. No. No. I didn't recognize you. No, I didn't. I didn't. You don't want to be counted, that's the reason. You want more. Raise your hand. Now you don't want. You are not behaving. Councillor Shabana, please. Raise your hand. We will come to those who are abstaining. Yes. Allowed to be chaired. Don't chair yourself. There's only one chair. No, that's the procedure. There's only one chair. Now, if you are unruly, it's not going to work. We asked you to raise your hands so we can count. Now you want to speak about what? There's time to raise hands, there's time to speak. Now is time to vote. Councillor McCullen, speak.
Speaker, I propose that we repeat the voting from afresh. Yes, thank you.
Listen to Kateho and refuse to listen to us.
Yeah.
White males. That's the only thing that's special about him. Stand up.
Hey, Pasha.
The only thing you're supposed to do now is you are abstaining to raise their hands. We are at that stage.
Okay, let's restart the process. Sit down. Sit down, let's restart the process nicely. Those that are for, please raise your hands. For, let's restart, yes. Councillor, please sit down. You're confusing us. Councillors, Alderman, as you sit down, please. We are counting, sit down. All of you sit down. Nobody walking in the chambers. Sit down. We are counting, including those online. And my hand is raised. Councillor JJ, please sit down. JJ, please sit down, please.
Speaker, you only vote in the event of a tally. Wajumpisa or alla the number. I wena mara. You don't have numbers.
You don't have that thing.
Wajumpisa.
Ubake ade ora speaker sa ukuwa mun. Ubake. Wamona li speaker onya ko vote akero wamona. Here mu ko memelle ka bona we.
So how? But I not
Now, thank you very much. Councillor Michelle. Councillor Michelle, please sit down. Delicate person. Thank you. Now, those that are against, raise your hands. Thank you. Those that are against, raise your hands. Okay. Huh? I can hear. Yes. Yeah. We pass. Okay, if you refuse to vote, we will pass. Those that are abstaining, and those hands that are online, can those hands that are online be lowered? We have counted now. Those that are abstaining. Eh? Yes, abstaining. Those online, please lower your hand. We have counted. Those who are abstaining. IT. Who's IT?
Raise the hand. Another person is raising a hand there. And saying there was raising a hand. Only you are reading like literal on a big screen. What kind of a person is this one?
Not a voting, not a sharp. There's a record shows that we voted. Not a sorted, we voted nice.
I declare
Councillor Zumba online, your hand is always up. Please lower your hand. Councillor Kwena Zumba, your hand is always up. Lower it. Thank you. Okay, I'm giving you the results. Those that are for, 104. Those that are against, 0. Those that abstained, 1. Therefore, the minute approved. Let's continue with the continuation council of 28 February 2022. Honorable councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the continuation council meeting of 28 February 2022 for approval. Approved? Thank you. Honorable councillors, at this point in time, I would like to extend a word of welcome to the following guests invited to the meeting for purposes of guiding us through the annual report for the City of Tshwane for the financial year 2020-2021. You will find the report in part 2, item 19 of the agenda. Office of the Auditor General. The team is represented by Mrs. M. Heffer, seated on the podium, accompanied by Mrs. S. Velase and Mr. S. Tata, who are seated in the gallery at the back. the chairperson of the Audit and Performance Committee of the City of Tshwane and its municipal entities, Mr. R. Cameron Ellis, seated on the podium down here, next to the representative from the Auditor General's office. Now, thirdly, Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The Acting Deputy Director General, Institutional Development, Mr. M. Sigaba, seated in the podium here. Honorable Councillors, in order to accommodate the above-mentioned guests, I will bring forward the City of Tshwane Annual Report 2020-2021. That is item number 19 of the agenda as soon as the Executive Mayor has submitted his report. So we proceed to item F, which is reports to Council. Executive Mayor.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Chief Kakana and his entourage, Honourable Chief Maslangu and his entourage, Chief Whip of Council, Leader of Executive Business, members of the Mayoral Committee, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honourable Aldermen and Councillors, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, in the galleries, City of Tshwane officials. I was supposed to say good morning, but it seems it's now good evening. A warm welcome to you all in this council seating for the month of March. Speaking frankly, this has been a very challenging month for the city and its residents. However, let me start off by acknowledging that March is considered to be Human Rights Month, where we also commemorate Human Rights Day, which falls on the 21st of this month. This period provides us with an opportunity to reflect on gains we have made as a nation to promote human rights. For municipality, provision of quality services to our residents is an important vehicle in advancing human rights. Our coalition government will always aspire to honor and promote human rights of all residents through quality service delivery, despite the challenges that we continue to face. Honourable Speaker, unfortunately during this month, the City of Tshwane faced illegal protest action from small groups of personnel. The striking workers used various unlawful tactics as part of their strategy to disrupt services and render the city ungovernable. We took a hard-line stance on these actions. A joint operation structure was established with TMPD, SAPS, Labour Relations and our legal teams working together to address the impact of the strike using a variety of tactics. To contain the situation, we approached the Court of Law to seek a contempt of court order against the striking workers. This was granted to the city, and we immediately worked towards restoring order and resuming services to residents. Among the unlawful and violent attempts to intimidate and stop staff from carrying out their duties, one of our colleagues, Mr. Benjamin Dube, fell victim to these cowardly actions and was attacked while responding to reported power outages in Soshanguve. Mr. Dube is one of the vast majority of City of Tshwane employees who remain committed to their work to serve our communities, even in the face of violence and intimidation. We applaud his commitment, and our thoughts are with him and his family as he recovers. I can report today that he has been discharged from hospital and is gradually recovering. I want to apologize to all residents for all the service delivery disruptions during this period. I also want to thank and acknowledge all our City of Tshwane staff that continue to work hard to serve our residents. Honourable Speaker, I am pleased to report that in midst of the difficulties we faced this month, we were still able to deliver on our commitments to residents in the Wapatran area who have experienced frequent power outages due to aging infrastructure. Earlier in the month, we officially launched the multi-million rand Wapatran substation refurbishment project. The city is investing over 134 million rand into the refurbishment project that will see the Wapatran substation rise from the ashes. It is common knowledge that the Wapatran substation has been particularly vulnerable. It easily catches fire and suffers from frequent critical equipment breakdowns. I must emphasize that the Wapentran substation refurbishment project is one of many to come. Our draft budget and IDP that's before this council today demonstrates our commitment to prioritize electricity and water infrastructure. Honourable Speaker, in an effort to improve police visibility and to continue keeping our residents safe from crime, the Tshwane Metro Police Department welcomed 171 new members to its ranks of constables. The TMPD trainees have completed a basic traffic course and attended a law enforcement skills program in Cape Town. This group will boost our operations in conducting the three core functions of TMPD, which are enforcing bylaws, crime prevention, and road policing. I would like to congratulate the new recruits, but I'd also like to call on them to stay true to their oath, never betray their uniform and badge. While on the ground, they must act fair and respect everyone's rights, including those of individuals who break the law. This will require them to have high self-discipline and integrity. Equally, I would also like to call upon our communities to give support and respect to our Metro Police when they carry out their duties. Honourable Speaker, as I conclude, we are pleased to note that the Auditor General of South Africa has finalised the audit of the 2020-21 financial statements of the city and its entities. The audit report has again expressed an unqualified opinion. The unqualified audit opinion is an indication that the city's financial statements are fairly and appropriately presented in all material respects for the year under review. This means that the city is operating in compliance with the local government MFMA. The City of Tshwane respects the independence of the Office of the Auditor General, and we welcome the unqualified opinion. Providing stringent financial management and oversight is one of the core priorities of our coalition government. We have also taken note of the points of concern raised by the AGSA during the audit process, which include material, water, and electricity losses. These are largely driven by aging infrastructure, illegal connections, and electricity theft. We intend to adequately address all AGSA concerns, and in some cases, we have already begun the work. We have boosted our debt collection through the Tshwane Yatima campaign. The rollout of prepaid meters is ongoing, and we continue to remove illegal connections with hefty fines imposed on your offenders. Our coalition government is committed to accountable and clean governance. Honourable Speaker, as I table the reports, I must indicate one matter to Council. An in-committee report will be serving today, which seeks to appraise Council on the feedback pertaining to disciplinary actions against a Section 56 employee. Honourable Speaker, herewith the reports are tabled.
Thank you very much. Now we, Councillor Ramaut.
Thank you very much. I'm raising my order in terms of section 38 of the rules. But I also want to take you to section 10 of the rules which speaks about section 10(1)A, questions. A member may at a council meeting put a question on a matter arising out of or connected with any item of the report of the executive mayor or reports of chairpersons or committees reporting directly to the council. So I want to use this rule to question the mayor, because in his contribution now, he speaks about the unrest that were in the city, and part of the unrest, I want to refer you to a media statement by AfriForum, a lobby group that is only interested on representing African people. Now, it says AfriForum safety team assist Metro Police during unrest in Pretoria. The civil rights organization AfriForum Community Safety Department assisted the Metro Police Department today during the violence protest in Pretoria. The MMC for Community Safety in Tshwane, Grand Tenias, approached AfriForum for assistance and required that AfriForum Air Wing deploy its drones to provide time-sensitive information of the Metro Police. Now, we are of the view that what is this now? I'm speaking now. To me. These people, I can't. You're speaking to yourself. So I'm speaking to myself. What did I say? What did I say, Speaker? Just quote me the last words that I've said. Just the last words, because we don't want.
We have allowed you to speak. Can you address the House so that continue? They are listening.
I went rude. Okay, I don't have a problem to address the House. If I
continue asking the question, you are asking the mayor, not me. Thank you.
I get what is true. Yes. So it's fine. I've raised the issue of AfriForum, and I'm of the view that the MMC for community safety was not supposed to interfere even in terms of procuring or whatever of a group that looks like AfriForum to come and preside over our city's security. There's no difference between Dudula and AfriForum, by the way. So let me take you also to the local government municipal financial management.
Councillor Ramabut, let me address you. A point of order is not for discussion. No, I'm referring you to the rules and orders. You are discussing. Raise a point of order.
What is my question? You are very impatient.
He said he's asking a question.
Continue with your question. You are protected, Councillor Ramabut. Continue.
So this is what must happen. Sorry, Speaker, with due respect, you have interrupted me twice. Then my contribution is not heard here because you interrupted me. You are going to give me, I must start with my submission and stop interruption. Allow me to present what I'm presenting. You will rule on that in terms of the rules. Because by you interfering or interrupting, you make my submission weak.
Councillor Ramabodu, you are protected. Even if you like to restart, please. Thank you.
Now, I said I'm rising on section 10. That allows me to raise a question to the mayor. And my question to the mayor, I quoted in the AfriForum statement, where they have issued a statement that an MMC for community safety have approached them to come and enforce or beef the security of the municipality, which is Metro Police. So here we have a situation where MMC goes to a lobby group called AfriForum to come and assist Metro Police in terms of security. So our security as we speak here is overseen by AfriForum, which is a vigilante group according to me. They don't have any powers. That's why I'm comparing them to Dudula. Then when you go to the Local Government Municipal Financial Management Act, you go to section 117, section 118. Section 118, yeah, it's fine.
Let me take a point of order.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This specific section 10(1)A refers to questions. And the Honourable Councillor did clarify us why he's asking this question. And I want to read further for section 10(1)A. When an item has been called or during the discussion of the item, and such a question is not considered to be a speech in terms of section 34 of the Rules and Orders. So I want to warn our councillor to please stick to the question. Let's ask a question. That's allowed in the rules, not a speech. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, I'm not making a speech. Let me wrap up. I'm not making a speech. I know this is not comfortable for the member there. So let's go to, let me take you through. Okay.
Overruled. I think you were wrapping up, and I think you are in order there. Just continue to wrap up. But there's another point of order. Let me take that before you wrap up. No, it's another one. It's not. It's another one. I've ruled. No. I'm saying I ruled on that. I said you are wrapping up. You are good. You are doing fine. So you will be continuing. It's my ruling, okay? So I'm taking another point of order. Point of order. I don't know. Point of order.
Thank you, Dr. Chair. I want to carry on with point 10. I want to refer to point 10B, which is that any question which is not on the matter under discussion should be in writing and submitted separately. We are talking budget. AfriForum and the strike is elsewhere. It's not part of the report we're discussing. So I'm asking you, please, Mr. Speaker, can you rule that questions like that must be submitted in writing to the Mayor, and so we can carry on with the business of this council? Thank you, Speaker.
No, thank you very much. That is not sustained. I think, Councillor Ramabodu, you are protected with... no, councillors, I'm ruling and you're clapping. Can I rule on that point of... when it favors you, you are excited. Councillor Ramabodu, according to 10(1)A, you are in order. Please wrap up. Thank you.
So my issue here, when I take you to Local Government Municipal Financial Management Act, section 118, A, interference. No person may interfere with supply chain management system of municipality or municipality entity. Now, how did the MMC appointed AfriForum to do the work? How did AfriForum Security end up doing the work of the city? I will want to get a question from the mayor. And it's not an emotional, an answer I mean to say. It's not an emotional issue. He needs to be honest that can we wake up tomorrow and go and get Mr. Mudisa from the ANC Triotic Security to come and oversee the city? So this is exactly what AfriForum has done with the MMC. But also, there's money. I'm going to write a letter from the EFF. We're going to write a letter to the MMC of Finance and the CFO. The Washman Services, the money that we spoke about during the budget, 250 million, that must be exhausted before June. We are of the view that the Buremach security companies are lining up to come and exhaust this money. So we will want them to give us a plan. How much and where are they going to spend the money? And we'd like to refer that MMC of community safety to rules and ethics, because for us, he's not fit to be an MMC. He's an old general of Afrikaners, and he's bringing a...
No. Point of order, Councillor Ramabodu. You are asking the mayor a question. Now you are... No. Executive Mayor, please. No, wait. Executive Mayor, please, there's a question. Executive Mayor, please, just... Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker, if I may then answer the question. Dr. Speaker, I refer to then Rule 10(1)A. I have a different interpretation of this rule as far as the EFF caucus leader is concerned. 10(1)A says, a member may, at a council meeting, put a question, A, on a matter arising out of or connected with any item of the report of the executive mayor or reports of chairpersons, when the item has been called or during the discussion of the item. Dr. Speaker, my speech in which I table the reports is not an item of council, it's not a report. So I think the caucus leader of the EFF should try a different rule, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the question has been answered. Councillor Sizwe.
Doctor, can you please have a 20 minutes caucus with the multi-party coalition government?
Multi-party caucus for 20 minutes granted. Thank you.
Sizwe, ayatloka tšhelete ena ya fru ya o stopa o question speaker. O nyaka tsene ba o betse ka immediate transfer. O put immediate transfer.
Sizwe, awuphethe mzanekethu. Awuyangichaza kanje, babize bonke laba phulula abaselemva.
Behaves like he does. You see how he's got to Keep the lungs here. Place of Paso.
Sanibona.
Jy gaan na vanaand retire. Nee, ek weet nie.
Hulle was op 'n tafel. Ek moet so toe gaan. Net so 'n stuk joke nou nie. My planne is vir 15 jaar. Somebody burgers are good for this. Nee, weet jy wat, maar die baie is gesmeld. Ons het my skool anders kyk, as jy op 'n pond het, dan stop en dan as jy net so kilometer van dan loop as jy by die see. Maar die sou nie binne gesien het, maar nie. Dan my lens wat ek net so 15 per.
Jy het my. Lenore, jy het my hoor. Kom ja.
Sy vrou kon dit so. Maar dis net my ouma vriend. Jy gaan nie glo nie, maar ek het nog steeds haar swart gehad. Sy sien nie waar hy is. Haar naam, en my ouma se. En haar broers, en my ouma se. Brein, wat ek sê nie. Dis wat Willem vir my sê. Wat moet dat nie? Wat doen dat?
Ek sien jou mos. Jy kom nou hoor of jy dalk by Karin of so iets sien.
Ek gelukkig nie wys nie dit op.
Ja, dit is maar reg.
I think that's My mom was meer verward dat jy in 'n stroom met 'n seestroom en so water is wat
Yeah, mine is working.
Don't have a problem.
If that man, so this thing, if you touch, you are gone. And the revolution, if they can know that that is your weakness, you're gone. So play far away from them. Now, if that one, no application, it went like months without even touching. I appreciate it. No, let one like you and I'm going back. Hey, wait, oh, don't speak. We are not speaking, we are fine. That's a problem. No, no, let it be chance. It's not about our day. It's about when you raise a point of order. You don't even know what I want to say. And I haven't done it in the so it's like we must be like this. Thinking is also prohibited. If you think too much, it's wrong. You become a threat to leadership. Yeah, man, why? But why is it in the council? What about rubber on a land of COVID? What is happening? I'm like, somebody's doing this. I think I'll go in the land so okay, even having a chat with people. When you are having a chat with people, a general chat. It's like, no, there was a point when the Bala was about the very number, and the government speeches, so someone was putting there in the right. Then Masinga was like, so it's like, remember Harlemo, we know some of these rates. We know some of them and we can have a chat. I have councillors in my ward here that I can just say,
Nice and slow. I'll give you this one. Yeah, well, and nice and take a violence.
You know what's the sense here? Welcome. My horse, you cannot miss
Unique.
Honorable councillors, thank you very much. May we settle down so we may start again. Thank you. Councillor Sizwe, you asked for a caucus break. Councillors, let's settle down. Councillor Sizwe, Section A, please proceed, address the House.
Yeah, Dr. Makorela. Ya sikhulumile sizihlebile ekulumeni kaMayoral leya sithe sizayilungisa sisodwa ngithemba uyangizwisisa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Let's proceed with our agenda. We have agreed the WIPAREV agrees that we must advance certain items forward. So I want to start with item number 19. Let me take Chief Whip and then your second.
Speaker, thank you. There was an indication from the ANC caucus that we advance. So, okay, we've already advancing at item 19, but also items 12, 20, and 21, please. 12, 20, and 21. Thank you.
Alderman Malek, did you address okay, thank you very much. It's Chief Whip, just it's 12.
This is 17.
Yeah. It's 12, ne? I have 2021, which other one? 17, yes, and 11. Alderman Malek, and 11, yeah? Yeah, 11 and let me just confirm. Okay, let me just confirm with what I have here. I have 19. Yeah, listen to me so that for concurrence. 19, okay? So it will be 1. Your 19 will become 1. Your 17 will become 2, okay? And then your 11 will become 3. Your 20 will become 4. Your 21 will become 5. Is that all? I did capture all of them, Alderman? Sorry, so and 12. 12 will become 6. Okay, let's start again, Chief Whip. Let's start again. We agreed 19. I had already, with the powers vested on me, I've already done it. So it's 1. Okay. So the second one, APC 2. Okay. Which is 17. It's not 19. It's 17. Okay. Then 11 is 3. Okay, let's fix it. It's 12, okay. So 12 will be 3, okay? Agreed? So 11 I take out. Okay. Chapo. Then or 2021. So 20 will be 4, 21 will be 5. Is that fine? Okay. So let's now call up. Okay, Chief Whip.
I just want to clarify, why do you change those numbers to 1, 2, and 3, and 4? Because there's already 1, 2, and 3, and 4 on the agenda. Because once we've moved these items forward, we're going to come back to the rest of the agenda. Oh, okay.
No, but we are not talking, no, we can't hear you. But this is not that caucus of multi-party. Talk on the answer.
I'm saying we are not changing the consolidated index. I'm simply saying your 19 in order of preference will be 1. Then we'll come back to your normal 1, like that, after we have dealt with these 5 in that order. Is that fine? Thank you very much. Now, from the Mayoral Committee meeting 2 March 2022, item number 19, reference number 68550/1, City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department. The consolidated audited annual report of the City of Tshwane and its entities for the end of the 2020-21 financial year submitted in terms of Section 127, subsection 3B of the Municipal Finance Management Act 56 of 2003 MFMA and Section 46 of the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000 MSA. We have an item captured in pages 329 to 881 with recommendations given on page 341. Now, before I take the speakers, I have 3 speakers lined up on this item from the ANC, RCT, and EFF. I would call upon the AG and the APC to address us in this item, in that order. AG? AG has left. Okay, then we have APC. Thank you.
Sorry, that the 6 mics down that side don't work. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Mayor, councillors, all protocol observed. What you see before you is a report that is at least 24 months in the making. From the setting of the budget for this year, the creation of the IDP, there have been processes on the go throughout the city over the last 24 months to produce the report that is now being tabled for release for public comment. And the APC plays a role in ensuring that the assurance and the information that you report to the public is reliable, fair, and presents what you do and the assets that you do it with. You have a turnover of 38 billion rand, assets under your control of 60 billion rand. And the question is that report fairly dealing with what you've done over this period? So it's a complex process, and we get to the point now where it gets tabled. And the process begins with the first level of assurance providers, those people that deal with the projects that you have, the social infrastructure that you provide the residents of the city, people that are producing libraries, planning, producing electricity, selling water, collecting the debt. There's a myriad of complex processes that all need to be put together in what is essentially a 500-page summary of a year's work. Within the city, there are second levels of assurance providers, CSOP, who look at your performance information, collate it, and prepare it so that it can be presented under the MFMA. You have your legal department, you have many of the other departments that assist each other in creating and giving assurance that what you are doing is what you said you were going to be doing and that you are reporting back on the correct amounts. Outside of that, you have the Auditor General, who looks at a final set of financial statements prepared by the Finance Department, as well as the set of performance information as prepared by CSOP, and audits it. Financial statements under international auditing standards against a very specific set of accounting standards called GRAP, very similar to IFRS that most international companies adopt. A strict and rigorous audit. They also audit selected portions of your performance information. The Auditor General provided an unqualified audit report on the financial statements. They provided a report that mentions certain exceptions on one of the pillars where they looked at the performance information. So they gave an unqualified audit report on the financial statements, a qualified audit report on certain of the performance information, and then they had findings. And the Auditor General is unfortunately not here to present those findings, but there were findings in connection with this massive machine that deals with this 38 billion of turnover and 60 billion of assets, that said there are issues in the control environment. Assets are not always properly secured, procurement is not always properly done, and they pointed out those findings in that report. The report is there. I am assuming that it is read. The APC, in the end, has been observing and receiving reports over the last 24 months on this process, and how from IDP all the way to preparation of financial statements, preparation of that performance information, we have seen the processes, we have been fed back both from CSOP and Group Audit and Risk, assurances on how accurate the reporting is or how reliable the reporting is on all of this. And the APC has reviewed the Auditor General's report, and we are happy that this report is something that stands up to scrutiny and can be released to the public. The APC also, in our report, you will see, have two key concerns. One is similar to the Auditor General's key concern about the control environment. We touch on a number of soft issues that we think are the underlying cause of the control environment not functioning quite as it should. The machine is not looking after the assets. It is not ensuring that you achieve the objectives you need to achieve. So those key issues are culture, leadership, human resources management, performance management, consequence management, procurement, revenue collection, the water and electricity losses, and your responses to the issues that are raised by Group Audit and Risk and by the Auditor General. Those are all issues that contribute to a lack of a sound control environment. We warned 2 years ago that a concerted effort is needed to change that control environment. And we can see now, we received our most recent report on Monday, that there are green shoots, that the message that we need to change the control environment is being taken seriously. We've now had a period of relative stability with a city manager in place, an acting city manager, and some of those messages about how the control environment needs to be changed are starting to bear fruit, particularly along those items. The second issue that the Auditor General emphasizes in their report to the public is the financial sustainability of the city. They've pointed out you are illiquid. There are problems with the long-term sustainability. And there's material uncertainty about whether you will continue to be able to operate as it currently stands. And the Audit Committee is obviously also very concerned about your financial stability. You are going to be approving a budget now. It is important that you make sure that that budget is realistic in terms of the cash that gets collected versus the expenditure that gets spent. So our final conclusion about the annual report and the Auditor General's report is that we accept that report and that it can be released to the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much, FEC Mr. Cameron Ellis. We do have 3 speakers lined up for this item, councillors. The first speaker will be from the ANC. Councillor S. Marishane, 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good evening, colleagues. Speaker, we agree with the APC chairperson on a number of issues that they've raised. As the ANC caucus, we are very disappointed by the contents of the report. Speaker, this is an outright tabulation of poor performance and in some instances, no performance at all by the city. This is not hearsay. The report states in black and white that a total of 47 targets were not achieved, translating to 46.08 target achievement. A total of 38 targets were not achieved, translating to 37.25% negative variance. A total of 16 indicators did not have targets set as they were just reporting indicators. The target of one indicator was adjusted to 0, and this translated to 0.98. This was as a result of no budget allocated to the construction of a taxi rank program for the financial year under the review. Furthermore, Speaker, the report goes on to further state that in the financial year under review, the city recorded underperformance on some of its service delivery targets. Some of the reasons highlighted for underperformance include the following. Some of the city's operations were negatively affected by the budget constraints, which led to non-achievement of some of the SDBIP targets. The inability to capacitate the workforce by filling targets, vacant positions impacted negatively on the performance of the city. Various construction projects, 51 to be precise, were halted, negatively affected by issues of non-budgeting, lack of appointment of service providers by the elephant in the room being supply chain. Supply chain management delays about awarding contract had negatively impacted on the commencement and completion of projects on which some of the SDBIP for the year depended. And the Speaker, there seems not to be any interest or lack thereof to deal with this issue by the executive. Speaker, the report speaks for itself. Underperformance on the provision of some of the key basic services, sanitation and water, to give one example, impact negatively on the city's efforts to alleviate the plight of our people, especially in the informal settlement. Speaker, the residents of Tshwane are not taken seriously here. I mean, the report states that the city's underperformance on poverty relief interventions, such as programs as EPWP and CWP programs, is a threat to the achievement of the desired human development aspirations. We have said this before and we are saying it again. It is evident that this administration does not take service delivery serious and job creation for our people seriously. Our economy is limping. The unemployed have to make means with the 350 intervention grant from National Department, while the city has got a provision of money allocated.
Allow him.
As I wrap up.
Allow him.
While the city is sitting on an allocated budget from Department of Public Works for the expanded public program incentive grant. A total of 12.3 million has been allocated to the Catalina incentive as an incentive to the municipality to expand work creation efforts through the use of labor-intensive delivery. Yet, according to the report, the grant allocated for the improvement of the lives and the livelihood of the residents of City of Tshwane remain underspent. Speaker, if you check under the risk analysis, the report states that inability to meet the set target and deliver on the services that use unachieved target relate to can trigger the manifest.
I gave you 4 minutes. Your time is way beyond 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Yeah. I indicated I gave you 3 minutes. So, yeah, but you must talk within the allocated time. Let me give you one few seconds to wrap up. Thank you.
The ANC takes cognizance of the...
Sorry, Councillor Marishani. Point of information.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I think that it's very much unfair that we are expected to comment on the work of the entire year in just 3 minutes. I mean, it doesn't make sense. So we want to appeal on your conscience that, please, when you are dealing with this kind of a report, not only this report, but also budget, let's increase time. This is not some report on leasing land. It's an annual performance report. So please, thank you.
Speaker, point of information. We're not supposed to deliver speeches on this report. We're actually supposed just to give clarity-seeking questions. That was the whole idea, because this report is only being tabled. So it's only clarity-seeking questions, not speeches.
Councillor Marishan, Mabukwane, please. Councillor Marishan, 20 seconds, please wrap up.
Speaker, as the ANC Caucus, we take cognizance of the contents of the report and the adherence of the legislative requirement thereof. Hence, we furthermore agree with the tabled recommendation that the report be referred to Section 79 Municipal Public Accounts for further scrutiny. I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 2, Councillor Middlebeck, RCT, 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of clarity-seeking questions. The first question deals with Section 19 of the MFMA. We always see or receive the report of the Auditor General without any mention of the compliance issue with Section 19 of the MFMA. That section requires that all capital projects shall, and the total cost, lifetime cost of the capital project shall be approved by council prior to it ever being included in the city's budget. Now, I have, in the many years that I have been involved with council business, not once seen a report where a capital project is approved as required in terms of Section 19 of the MFM.
Sorry, Councillor Middlebeck. Councillor Sharp, there's too many videos that are playing this side and they're making a lot of noise for us, please. Just reduce the volume. Thank you very much. Councillor Middlebeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To continue the question, I have never seen compliance with Section 19. Now, while we are talking about the control environment for the city, Section 19 is the ultimate tool whereby cost and corruption control can be applied over the capital budget. My question is, why does the Auditor General never audit compliance with Section 19 of the MFMA, and will they in future begin to audit compliance with Section 19? The second clarity issue is about Section 32 of the MFMA. That section deals with the clawing back of funds that have irregularly been expended by the city. There's a certain procedure that is being prescribed. Once again, we don't see any serious, we see comments in the audit report about the money not being clawed back. But what can be done from an ordinary councillor's perspective in order to enhance the city's ability to claw back this money, and why is there not more emphasis placed by the Auditor General on the recovery of these losses, which are significant? We're talking about billions of rands in the last 10 years that have been lost and never recovered. And then the third question deals with compliance with Section 75 of the MFMA, which is also a tool that allows control and the prevention of corruption. Section 75 requires that there shall at all times be certain documentation with financial implications on the city's website. There has never been compliance with Section 75. Contracts with financial implications never appear on the city's website. And what is the comment about what can be done in order to assure that that aspect will also receive attention in future Auditor General reports for the value it has as a control tool? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Middlebeck. You were just 4 minutes. I had to do that because I had allowed Councillor Marishane more or less the same time. Mr. Cameron Ellis, do you want to deal with this set of clarity-seeking questions first, and then we take the last speaker? Thank you very much.
Can't quite comment on whether these items appear in the Auditor General's compliance listing, but the APC will take note of those queries and address them with the Auditor General, and you can expect some responses and further information as it comes. Perhaps the city manager or the person acting on city manager may be able to provide more clarity on these issues.
Thank you very much. Councillor Middlebeck. Councillor Middlebeck, will that be in order?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable councillors. Let's take the last speaker from the EFF. It's Councillor Mabohwani. I'm giving you 3 minutes, Councillor Mabohwani.
Not 4 minutes. No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are politicians here, and I'm not going to ask, I don't have any clarity-seeking question to the APC. I'm going to give political comments on this report. As a politician, the EFF take note of the consolidated audited annual report of the city and its entities, and in particular the city's financial performance and the audit outcome of the year 2020 and 2021 financial year. This report must be an eye-opener for the residents of Tshwane, whom the EFF have always reminded that both the ANC and the DA are not the solution to them. Yeah. We are very pleased with the fact that for the period under review, both the ANC and the DA govern this municipality together, but only to plunge our city from one crisis to another. Yes. In this report lies an evidence to dispel any doubt that if we are to replace the DA with the ANC, things will turn out to be better. Some hopeless guy who wants to become the provincial secretary of another organization came here running with a paraffin speed, together with his team of incompetent administrators, who half of them resigned because they did not know the work, to place the city under administration, and chief among the reason was, one, that the DA was unable to turn the financial situation of the city around. But secondly, that the DA has failed dismally so to solve the water problem of Hammanskraal, which we agree with him, Speaker. However, because this intervention was always nefarious and not in the interest of the city, he left having been rated twice negatively by the rating agencies. This report raises some of the concerning issues we have always raised in this council, and the most absurd thing is that there is no effort to try and turn the situation around. The EFF has always raised the issue of underperformance in certain departments and inability to effect consequence management. Hence, the report points out to some departments having purposely failed to reach that IDB targets. We agree with the AG on his material finding on the reliability and usefulness of the performance information, that there is a deliberate use of poor system to review and monitor reported evidence as a way of averting accountability on poor performance. The EFF is worried about the department which have consistently been unable to reach their target, mainly because these are departments which are at the heart of service delivery. We therefore call for hardened actions against this department whose rollover. We therefore call for hardened action against departments whose rollover have not been approved. Lack of improvement in supply chain. The lack of improvement in supply chain, which is something that the AG has previously raised, is a cause for concern. And we hope that the city is going to look into that. The other reason we are unable to reach the targets in many departments is because we have a mayor who's busy over nothing. Instead of driving programs to better the lives of people, he's busy interdicting political parties that are busy discharging their political mandate and programs. You won't win with us, Mr. Randall. It is for this reason that you have failed to meet the target of EPWP, something that our people need in these trying times to sustain their livelihood, because in your city, sustainable jobs remains a pipe dream. We're in agreement with the report that there's a lack of transparency and accountability on the COVID-19 expenditure. So we're saying that just like in the national department and provincial department, which is something which has happened, we are calling that, we're still calling as the EFF, that we want the city to publish all those who benefited through COVID-19. Let those contractors who benefited through COVID-19 be made public by the city. We want to see something. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mabokwane. As recommended. Thank you. Let's proceed to item number 17, reference number 01093/1. Group Audit and Risk Department, Audit and Performance Committee APC report of the quarter ended 30 June 2021. The report is contained. No, this report is all about him. Thank you very much, Mr. Cameron Ellis. I think you have exhausted the clarity-seeking questions that they wanted you to answer. Without delaying you any further. You've been here long enough. We would therefore want to excuse you if you'd like to leave. The second report, you don't have to talk to it. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you very much, Mr. Cameron Ellis. Colleagues, thank you very much. As Mr. Cameron Ellis will be walking outside the chambers, let's proceed to item number 17, which is reference number 0109/1. Group Audit and Risk Department Audit and Performance Committee APC report of the quarter ended 30 June 2021. The report is contained from pages 153 to 317 with recommendations captured on page 158. Colleagues, we have three speakers lined up. I will start with Action SA, Councillor K. Morodi. 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Action SA, we'd like to take cognizance of the report and recommend that the recommendations be implemented immediately.
Thank you very much, Councillor Morodi. Let's proceed to the ANC, Councillor Ushielo. I'm giving you 3 minutes from the ANC. Thank you.
Speaker, we are also taking note of the contents of the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ushielo from the ANC. Let's conclude with the last speaker on the item from the EFF. He's signaling with a thumb up. I believe it's also in concurrence with the report. Thank you very much. Is that correct for record? Yes, Councillor Ramabut. Thank you very much. As recommended? Yes. Thank you. We are now proceeding to item number 12 in your agenda, which is reference number 88744/1 ESD 8/1/2/2/1/1. Emergency Services Department. Disaster Management 2020 to 21 Annual Report to the Gauteng Provincial Disaster Management Center. The report is given from pages 358 to 406 with recommendations captured on page 364. On this item, I have only one speaker, and that will be from the EFF. Councillor Ramabut, thumbs up as recommended. Thank you. I am proceeding to part 2A from the Mayoral Committee meeting 23rd March 2022, item number 20, reference number 16838/1, City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, tabling of the City of Tshwane's 2022-26 Integrated Development Plan, IDP, review for public comments. The report is captured from page 3 to 209 with recommendations captured on page 10. On this report, I have 3 speakers. We will start with the ANC. Councillor Baloy will kick it off. 3 minutes, Councillor Baloy. Thank you for thumbs up. Let's proceed to RCT, and that will be none other than Councillor Middlebeck. Councillor Middlebeck, 3 minutes is for you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The process for compiling an IDP is legislated in the Systems Act. Briefly, Section 29 requires a first process conducted and advertised in terms of Chapter 4 of the Act to obtain the community's needs and requirements to populate the contents of the IDP, and it specifically requires participation from the community at every level of this process. This is the process that must be followed immediately after the election of a new government, Mr. Speaker. Once the IDP is drafted, then it is put out for public participation again in terms of Chapter 4 of the Systems Act. and a new government may adopt the IDP of its predecessor, but it must first comply with all the requirements of Section 29 before it does so. None of these requirements have been complied with. Furthermore, on a reading of this draft IDP, we are greatly concerned. The document was quite clearly slapped together at the last minute to be on time for this council meeting. It simply does not address the current needs and the requirements of residents of the city. And in fact, we know from reports in our communities that the public was never consulted about their needs and requirements prior to the drafting of this document after the elections. The evidence of this is all over the document. For instance, if we turn to page 42 and 47 of this draft IDP, paragraph 3 and 3.3 to 3.5, the IDP refers to the outcome of the 2016 elections as the most recent elections. On page 42, there is an infographic that reflects the outcome of the 2016 elections as the most recent elections. The conclusion in paragraph 3.5 refers to the implementation of the consequent macro structure following those 2016 elections. I find it hard to believe that in 6 years later in the process, that the city is still in the process of implementing this macro structure. Quite clearly, that section is no longer current or valid in its present context. Turning to page 56, we find reference to the consultation process of April. This is March. It is not yet April. But if you read on, you will discover that it actually refers to an alleged consultation process by the previous government in April of 2021. The conclusions presented at page 58 then states that the outcomes of this process is still current, but immediately contradicts itself, claiming that a new process will be conducted in April 2022 to make them current. Mr. Speaker, there are many more examples, and I don't have the time to explore them in my allotted time. But the fact of the matter is that there was no consultation process by the new government post the November 2021 elections with the object to populate the IDP with current requirements and needs of our communities in accordance with Section 29. The process to do public participation on the already drafted document is a separate process to ensure that the document as drafted correctly reflects the outcome of the prior consultations process. These two processes cannot be rolled into one. Mr. Speaker, this IDP is a rush job, box-ticking exercise, largely populated with old material that is no longer relevant, and it completely lacks anything obtained from our communities at large since the elections of November. We regret that we cannot condone the failures in the compilation of this document by voting for the tabling of this deficient IDP for public participation. It is an insult to the public that we will have no part in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Middlebeck. Let me proceed to take the third speaker on the item, and that will be Councillor Nzwana from ATM. 3 minutes, Councillor Nzwana.
Mr. Speaker, I yield my speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nzwana. The last speaker on the item is from the EFF, and that will be Councillor Ramabodu. 3 minutes, Councillor Ramabodu.
No, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I think we will have more chance to deliberate and engage on this issue and comment when it comes back. But what we want to appeal, and agreeing with few things that Councillor Middlebeck have raised, if you check on the legislation of Municipal Systems Act on Section 28, 1, 2, and 3, adoption and process, it says, 1, each municipality council within a prescribed period after the start of its elected term must adopt a process set out of in a written to guide the planning, drafting, adoption, and review of its integrated development plan. 2, the municipality must go through appropriate mechanism processes and produce established in terms of Chapter 4, consult the local community before adopting the process. 3, which is the last one, says the municipality must give notice to the local community of particular of the process it intends to follow. Now, our argument is that you have adopted this elitist approach lately of using the Zooms and the Microsoft Teams and all that in terms of your meetings. We're appealing to you as the EFF that this process is a very important process in the municipality. It must go to our people. We must not rely on those Teams and Zoom meetings. We are asking the city to follow the law and the legislation and take these meetings and afford our community enough time to contribute in terms of this IDP, because time and again, we want to take decisions that are contrary to the legislation, as Mr. Mittelberg has said. So we're going to monitor the process, and we have seen many things that we are not happy with, and I'm happy that the MMC of Finance during lunch have invited us as the EFF, of course represented by me, to go and engage on a few issues that we are not happy about. And we are asking that let's not approach this IDP with the mentality of the multi-party. Let's include everyone, because I'm not going to mention one MMC who have spoke with me, and he admitted that there are no services in the townships. And I'm just protecting the MMC because there are people who are very emotional. They can remove him tomorrow. Because of telling the truth. He's a white person. He says he drove to a township because he doesn't stay there. And he said, after a long time, I drove to a township, Soshanguve and Mabopan. I'm shocked. There are no services. And we must not have those kind of things. And there are people who are admitting, who are honest in your coalition. They are not here for salaries. Some are here for salaries. They just come here and they don't do anything. The only thing that they do is to say yes, yes, yes when they want the report to be passed. Useless, swarsaks. They are just a liability. Thanks.
As recommended. Thank you. Let's proceed to item 21, reference number 26786/1, Group Financial Order, Councillors. Group Financial Services Department Budget Office. Is there a hand, Councillor Middlebeck?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, please minute my vote against item 20. Thank you.
Your dissenting vote is registered here. We have captured it like that. Thank you very much. Item 21, reference number 26786/1, Group Financial Services Department, Budget Office, draft 2022/23 medium-term revenue and expenditure framework for the city of Tshwane. The report is on page 210 to 1089 with recommendations on 237. Let me just see, I have 4 speakers. I will start with Action SA, Councillor Khosieman, 3 minutes, Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as Action SA, we welcome the report as it stands and we support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to MC. Yes, Councillor Mood.
No, man, on the lighter note, I think we must amend the rules that people must not clap for nothing. We can't just come here and clap here. No.
Okay, ANC. No, they're clapping for him. Okay, ANC, let me take, okay, order, okay, councillors, it's good, light moment allowed. Councillor Mochumi, ANC, 3 minutes, thank you.
Good morning, good evening, colleagues. Yeah. Honorable Speaker, the ANC caucus acknowledges that this report tabled before Council complies in as far as is legislative required. In the previous financial year, the total operating transfer and the grants amount to 5.4 billion. and the total capital transfer and grants amounted to 1.9 billion. However, there has in some instances been no spending and in others underspending of these budget allocations. As the ANC caucus, we have a general concern in constant underspending in the municipality, while we have a backlog in the delivery of services. The National Treasury has also highlighted this underspending. Municipalities are still underspending on capital projects, despite Treasury shifting funds from those that have not been able to spend them. This very same draft budget tabled before this council has a cut on capital project. The ANC caucus would like to further reiterate that municipal department must ensure that they put measures in places to spend the allocated grants for the benefit of all residents of Tshwane. Speaker, we are also concerned about the 5.7 million allocated to SMMEs initiatives. Are we really doing enough as a metro to support SMMEs? And also, Speaker, failure to collect revenue will lead to the city passing unfunded budget, which lead to ripple effects of losing grants from DORA Acts. In closing, Honorable Speaker, the ANC caucus takes cognizance of the tabled draft budget before this council this evening and hope to see the service delivery to our people. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mtumi. Let's proceed to take the third speaker in line. That will be Councillor Milbeck from RCT. 3 minutes, Councillor Milbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is often attributed to Einstein that he would have said that only a madman will repeat the same experiment over and over again, believing that with the next iteration, the end result will be different or better. This draft budget is just such a repeat attempt at something that has always failed in the past. On a high level, the fundamentals that is the cause of our present financial distress remains exactly the same as last year, and that itself was very much the same as the year before. Bulk purchases of water and electricity still remain at 40% of operating expenditure. Financial transactions like debt servicing, write-offs, impairment, devaluations, collectively still remain at 15% of the operational budget. Salaries, including contracted services that come in the place of salaries, remain at about 41%, or an amount of 16 billion for the year. The balance that remains for service delivery, Mr. Speaker, is 5%. A mere 2 billion is available excluding labor costs. That means that for every 8 rand spent on salaries, only 1 rand is spent on services delivered to the people. The ratio of 8.1 itself is madness. While absolutely nothing has changed on the expenditure side, there is one very important change that will profoundly affect both the city and her residents to all parties' detriment. Total revenue is budgeted to increase by 6% from all sources on the back of rates increases. This does not mean that the average household municipal account will increase by just 6%. Far from that. For instance, revenue from the DORA source of revenue from national government is cut by 25%, an amount of 1.5 billion rand of revenue that is lost to us. This must be made up somehow from other sources, and that will come from the pocket of the people. It is likely that the real impact of rates increases will be closer to 10% on the account of a median ratepayer of the city, rather than the 6% average that seems to be advertised in this budget. Whatever it turns out to be after further analysis, the fact remains that residents will be paying substantially more in future to receive nothing better than in the past. That is nothing for the coalition government to crow about. There is a correlation in the increase of rates and the increase of payment delinquency for many years now. The last mid-year report for the city stood at 8% under recovery. Given our struggling economy, this will be further aggravated with these proposed rates increases, and I expect that we will undercollect rates by about 2 billion rand based on this budget. The fact is simple. People can't pay more money than they have to pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Middlebeck. I will take the last speaker on the item, and that will be the Chief of EFF, Councillor Leofi. 3 minutes. Thank you.
No, it's fine, Speaker. We are still repeating what we have said earlier on, that processes must be followed and be respected, because these are important reports that must go back to the public for participation. And we think Section 30C of the Municipal Systems Act must be implemented here. We welcome the report, and we think that it must be adopted, and we will come back at the right time. But we also want to urge our people, because there are people who are listening. So we want to urge our people to be part of this process. Hence, we are appealing that you must take it to the communities. And as a political party, will mobilize the community to be part of this process, so that you can feel the pain that our people feel on the ground in terms of service delivery and services that they must come to their different communities. I was speaking to someone, and I said, the LED lights, for instance, are only directed into suburban areas. If you check the services in Waterkloof and Centurion, many people, they think that we are bluffing when we say so. So in Waterkloof and Centurion, you hardly get potholes. And no, you don't have. You don't have, you patch them time and again. You always patch them. Those cracks, you always prioritize them. So we are asking for this report to go to the community. We are going to mobilize our people to do it. And we must call order this dronky group that always, when I speak, they laugh. I haven't drink Drosty off. I'm not a family of those things. They have drink Drosty off there in the squeeze bottles. Then they behave like that. Bells and coke, Batrams, Klep Drift. This is a product of Klep and Rothman's product.
Thank you, Councillor Ramabudu. As recommended. Thank you. Okay, councillors, let's proceed now to the next item. It will be, now we are going back to your normal councillors, please. Okay. Alderman Malek. Now you surprised me. I never thought you are also capable of this. But we learn all the time. Anyway, let's come back to the normal item 1 on your agenda. We have dispensed with all those other ones you requested to advance. We are now treating number.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to assure the EFF and others that we will go out to present the IDP and the budget. The chairs from the Office of the Speaker will go, and we will appreciate if they can assure that the people will attend. We will do our best to go to as many places as possible. Thank you.
Councillor Ramabudu is clapping, so it's good. Okay. All right, let's proceed. Item number, okay, councillors, it's okay. A little bit of a laugh, welcome. Item number 1, which is your normal one now, okay? Reference number 39547/1. Alderman Malek, please. Yeah, but you are distracting me.
If I want to distract you, go to screen. Let's go.
Okay, let's. Okay, I'll Draman Malek. At least you are happy. All right, group property departments. Who is seeking my attention?
Speaker, earlier on it was raised, and both the chief whip, including the leader of political parties, agreed that we deferred we deal with legislative items today, and then we deferred other items to the next council sitting.
No, you didn't hear correctly. No. You at least didn't hear. I heard very well, loud and clear. It was just the arrangement of items to be advanced. We have dispensed with that arrangement. We are coming back to our normal agenda. Thank you, be patient. Let's proceed. Proposed lease of Councillor, please. Proposed lease of a portion 90 of the farm, Horns Refill 508 JR for the purpose of erecting a cellular mast. The report is on page 8 to 20 with recommendations on page 18. On this item, I have 1, 2, 3 councillors. Let me take action SA, Councillor Munama, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. As Action SA, we welcome the report, considering that leasing of property generates revenue and creates employment for the city. We are encouraging the city to keep records of all leases, past and future, so that we don't lose track of all properties that the city owns. Speaker, we also welcome and appreciate the current exercise by the city on audit of both movable and immovable properties. We request the city to provide feedback to the council on the existing leases and contracts in a quarterly basis. This will appraise the council on the status of all leases and we will be able to track the gaps. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mnama. Let's take the second speaker from the ANC, Councillor Tema. Councillor Tema, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good day, Speaker. Thank you very much. As the African National Congress, we agree and we want a council approval on the request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tema from the ANC. I will go to the third speaker, Fighter Councillor Notununu. 3 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker. The EFF supports the leasing of land for the erection of the cellular tower mast to improve communication and technology. However, we note the following. The World Health Organization's International Agency for Research on Cancer says radiation from cell phone handsets and towers is possibly carcinogenic to humans and may cause glioma, a type of brain cancer. Towers are more dangerous than handsets because they emit greater intensity on radiation. Scientists all over the world have found non-thermal effects of these radiations to have significant health effects. The city has to look into a biological effect such as cancer and genetic damage from long-term exposure. What radiation norms and standards does the city adopt to ensure that radiation is kept to a low level? But we have recommendations that towers must be erected 50 meters away from schools, hospitals, and homes. and discontinue mounting of towers in building tops. As part of your technological innovation, we challenge the city to employ a minimum of 5 officials who will use the handheld broadband radiation monitors to measure in all regions the harmfulness on residents closer to the towers, develop norms to manage these systems. The monthly rental fee that responds to the expensive data and airtime demands instead of charging 135 rand 17 cents per square meter per month. Employ local labor and security company to secure the towers. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Fighter Nontununu. As recommended? Thank you. Let's proceed to item number 2, which is reference number 80137/1, Group Property Department. Proposed notarial lease of L2227, Hammanskraal Extension 1, for business purposes. The item is on page 21 to 33 with recommendations captured on 31. I only have 3 speakers on the item. I will start with Action SA. Councillor Skosana, 3 minutes.
Dokotela siyathokoza ireport lesiyayikheria mara sifuna ukukhoshila ukuthi like ukulisa ibhizinisi eHammanskraal kuyadura ndani ukulisa ibhizinisi edrobheni. So sifuna ukuthi nakusasa abantu bekhaya particularly in the outskirts, they cannot be charged at this particular rate that is being charged. If you can compare the leases that we issue in terms of the CBD compared to the outskirts are very expensive in terms of square meter. We do carry the report, but then we want in the future, people that are in the outskirts can be charged lesser amounts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sizwe. Let me come back to the ANC, Councillor Tema. Councillor Tema, where is he? Tema, oh, there you go. Councillor Tema.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. As the African National Congress, we do recommend that Council approve the notary list on RF 2227 Hammanskraal and also follow up on getting someone like a lawyer within the legal authority in terms of that. Thank you very much. We recommend.
Thank you, Councillor Tema from ANC. Let me come back to the fighters. Councillor Matebula, EFF, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The cardinal pillar number 1 of the economic freedom fighter speaks of land expropriation without compensation for equal, equitable and land redistribution. This legislation gives a provision for private land use in the form of lease agreement not exceeding a period of 25 years, with the state retaining the right to expropriate in the instance where the land is not used for the purpose applied for. In this case, City of Tshwane have not received a report on monitoring the previously listed asset and check if the assets are used for the purpose as intended. In terms of Section 14, subsection 2 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, the Council is constrained from granting the transfer, disposal, or right of use, manage or control property of an asset if it does not comply with the following. Hold a meeting open to the public. At such meeting, the council must decide on a reasonable ground that the property asset is not required to provide minimal level of municipal services. Consider fair market value of the property asset as well as the economic and community value which will be received in exchange for the property asset. In this case, in the property proposed to be leased, there is a municipal depot for water and sanitation to service the people of Hamaskra. We are all aware of the water and sanitation crisis in Hamaskra. The question to the MMC of Economic Development and Spatial Planning. Did you check what type of business is to be erected on the property according to the proposed lease? The second question is 5,700 a fair value in accordance to the evaluation not exceeding 12 months? Thank you.
Thank you, Fighter Mateula, as recommended. Thank you very much. Item number 3, which is reference number 62466/1. Group Property Department request on issuing power of attorney for land use applications for farm portions of PTN 415, R/20, R/364, Moy Plats 367JR. The report on page 34 to the last page 57, with recommendations captured on page 38. I only have 3 speakers here. Let me go back to Action SA. Councillor Mnama, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, once again. As Action SA, we welcome the report looking at the plight of our people who are looking for permanent structures to call home. The approval of the utilization of this land will alleviate the housing challenges that is experienced by the city. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mnama. Let me come back to the ANC. Councillor Tema, are you there? 3 minutes.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. My fellow colleague here, Councillor Kudzo, will deal with this one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, we recommend Council to approve the lease on Earth 3749 Stenwater Extension 3.
Thank you, ANC. Let me go to the last speaker, and that will be Fighter Mashabane, EFF, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as the EFF, we support the report. We, however, do so with reservation because until the stolen land is returned to its rightful owners, you are going to come here and ask for power of attorney for small pieces of land, which will not resolve over 200 informal settlements that are found in Swan. Also, the speed at which the city is running to formalize informal settlement is very slow. This means that we are going to take forever to restore the dignity of our people. Speaker, there's a lot of land parcels in the suburbs that can be used to settle our people. We call on the city to stop perpetuating this apartheid special planning and settle our people in town closer to economic activities. The city must expropriate without compensation all hijacked and abandoned buildings, renovate them, and settle our people there, rather than to squeeze them where there's no proper infrastructure, clinics, sports facilities, and parks. Speaker, these hijacked buildings and abandoned buildings, if they are expropriated and renovated for urban settlement, there will be no need for us to budget for infrastructure like water and sanitation, stormwater drainage, electricity, and stuff, because they are already there. Speaker, last time in 2018, MMC Tau promised the people of Mamelodi who are affected by the floods to relocate them. He didn't. Today he's in the Action SA. He's still grandstanding and parading on Facebook, promising to relocate them. We are calling on the city to expropriate all hijacked buildings to settle our people. We thank you.
Thank you very much, Fighter Matlabane, as recommended. Councillor Ramot.
No, we need to check this name Tau. Maybe we need to get a name, a cat. Yeah.
Okay, so that was comic break. Let's proceed. Item number 4, reference number 24048/1, Group Property Department, proposed lease of ERF 3749 Stengwater Extension 3. The report ranges from 58 to 70 with recommendations on page 6, 7. Let me recognize 3 speakers on this item. I will start with Action SA. Councillor Sizwe.
Yeah, dokotela i-carried but however igama leStengwater Camille Suse kuseri-fence lapha. Utshela i-security yakho ukuthi akusese Stengwater lapha. Thank you, Siyathokoza.
Thank you very much. Let me proceed to the ANC. Councillor Tema, are you still busy? Are you ready? 3 minutes. Councillor Tema.
Yeah, thank you very much. Councillor Nhlapo will deal with this one. Thank you. Is that item 5, Speaker? No. Of Stengwater, as the African National Congress, we wish for council to propose, we wish for council to actually approve the proposed lease on ERF 3749 Stengwater Extension 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tema. Fight on table. Round off. Yeah, 3 minutes. Are you fine? Thumbs up as recommended. Thank you. Item number 5. I'm coming back to you, Councillor Tema. Be ready. Reference number 68198/1. Group Property Department request on issuing power of attorney for land use application for F2006 Mamilodi for subdivision and rezoning purposes. The report is on pages 71 to 83 with recommendations on page 75. Let me go back to the ANC, Councillor Tema. 3 more minutes.
My learned Councillor Nhlapo will deal with this one. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, we recommend Council to approve the for Council that we should not only prioritize the rezoning or issuing of power of attorney without also looking into future growth of townships and not proper services to service them. We want to also to challenge the Department of Special Planning to also push a multi-developmental cities where they put in the development of RDPs. They also prioritize clinics, schools, as well as other amenities to address the issues of economic activities within the area. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much from the ANC, Councillor Nhlapo. I'm rounding off with, back to you, Fighter Matebula. 3 minutes, thumbs up, as recommended. Thank you. I'm proceeding to item number 6, reference number 46196/1, Group Property Department, request on issuing power of attorney for utilization and land use applications for stand 1041 Rayton Extension 6. The report on pages 84 to 94 with recommendations on page 89. On this item, councillors, I only have 2 speakers. I will start with the ANC. Councillor Tema, 3 minutes.
Thumbs up.
Thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, we wish Council to approve. Thank you.
Thank you very much from the ANC, Councillor Tema. Let me come back to the fighters. Councillor Mashabane, ready, 3 minutes, thumbs up. As recommended. Thank you. Let me proceed to item number 7, reference number 37517/1. Group Property Department, proposed lease for the portion of the remainder of portion 1A 3.1 with recommendations on page 108. I have on this item 2 speakers. I'll go back to Councillor Tema, ANC, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, we wish Council to approve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ANC, Councillor Tema. Let me come back to the fighters. Councillor D. Solwane, 3 minutes. EFF. D. Solwane, thumbs up as recommended. Thank you. Item number 8, reference number 87517/1, Group Property Department, proposed lease of F3174, Stank Vater Extension 2 and F3785, Stank Vater Extension 3 for religious purposes. The report ranges from 112 to 125 with recommendations captured on 123. The report has, 3 speakers. I will start with Action SA. Councillor Bosch, 3 minutes.
So greetings to the council at large and through you, Speaker. As Action SA, we support this report. However, there's a small matter of fact here, is respect. Respect for what it means to be a South African. Respect for all our cultures, ethnicities, and languages. This respect means acknowledging our diversity and taking a strong stance on social justice action to ensure that all South Africans, no matter our class and our creed, are acknowledged within our society. To truly have an inclusive South Africa, we start by addressing the landmarks of respect. It will not be tolerated any furthermore that we refer to the historical names of locations in council reports when they have been baptized with new names, names which embody the future of South Africa, a South Africa built upon diversity, a South Africa welcoming of social justice and transformation. It will not be acceptable that Refense is still referred to as Stinkvaters years after the fact. Our dedication and our commitment to South Africa should firstly and foremostly be reflected in the way we address and phrase our locations and our names. Action SA supports Report 8 presented to Council, but let it not be known it will not be tolerated any further that the naming be done with incorrect details. Let the public record reflect as such. And let us show South Africans the respect they deserve and need. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bosch. Let me take ANC, Councillor Tema, 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tsela will deal with this one, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. As ANC, we wish to recommend the approval of lease of F31 for Stank Vater Extension 2 for religious purposes. You see, Speaker, religion plays an important part in our lives. It also helps in creating an ethical framework and also a regulator for value in day-to-day life. We recommend an approval, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last speaker is actually Fighter Ratikwane, EFF. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The EFF supports the report to lease the piece of land for religious purposes since the Wawa Extension 2, and the EFF will also make sure that this name gets changed, so the relevant fighters will be deployed there. The EFF understands the importance of the churches and all religious institutions and the role that they play in society. The EFF would also want to encourage more institutions to actually do this kind of applications so that they can be formalized into the society. The EFF also wants to lambast the city for its slow processes. The way the EFF has observed this process being run recently is that there are many applications that are not coming through to the city or to the council for approval. These are applications that have been done even in the early 2000s and so forth, and these applications are still not processed. We have a church and other churches, but in particular in Ward 4, the name of the church is Fountains of Life, and we also have an NGO in Olivenhout-Bosch that is called Imponya Natalaping. It's an orphanage, and we still haven't got that report here present with us. So we hope that these reports are not being used as a form of corruption,
so that certain people can get their reports passed and approved by council at the expense of the other. So the EFF Cardinal Pillar number 1 stipulates clearly that the government or the state must be the custodian of the land. Then the land must then in return be leased to the different institutions, residents, and citizens of South Africa. And this model for us can work for us for as long as it's not corrupt and does not encourage criminality within the systems of the city. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Fighter Ratikwane. As recommended. Thank you. Item number 9, reference number 46922/1, Group Property Department proposed unsolicited bid for the lease of a portion of the remainder of portion 10 of the farm RTBS Port 328JR for oil refinery and storage. The item is on page 126 to 315 with recommendations on page 141. I have 3 speakers. Let me go back to the ANC. Councillor Tema, 3 minutes.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. As the ANC, we fully support the proposed lease of RTBS 328 JR for oil refinery storage. However, Speaker, I think it's important that Council also check what forms of reforms is that. But however, we want to actually support, because we know that with land brings economy. But we need to also go back and check the forms of refinery. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ANC Councillor Tema. I will come to the second speaker from Good. Councillor Mabotsa, 3 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to add on what the ANC has just alluded to. But in terms of my recommendation, we will just need to know as good as to whether there is a detailed submission that informs the uniqueness of the product and services. Because when we check at supply chain management, the pillars of supply chain management, it talks about the procurement of goods and services that should be done in a fair, equitable, transparent, and a cost-effective way. So the first thing that we want to know is that does this submission comply to that? And when you look at the Regulation 37 of the Municipal Supply Chain Management regulations, it provides that the following criteria should be met in terms of unsolicited bid. The first one is that a product or service offered in terms of the bid should be demonstratively be unique. And then the second one, the product or service will definitely have exceptional cost advantage to the city. The third one is that the reasons for not going through the normal tender process has to be found to be sound by the accounting officer. And the last one is that the bidder should be the sole provider of the product or service. So as good, we just want to check if as to whether the submission or the transaction meets those criteria. And the other recommendation is that maybe what needs to happen is that we need a thorough motivation for the deviation to the normal tender processes. And the other thing is that another recommendation is that option or investment analysis should be conducted to make sure that we do have the best value of the investment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much from Good, Councillor Mabotsa. Let me take the last speaker, Fatam Tongo. Are you ready? 3 minutes, EFF.
I'll waive, Speaker. I'm waiving my right.
MMC, please, round it up.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Just a couple of questions that I just need to give clarity on. First and foremost, obviously unsolicited bids are not your average type of bids that we normally do. But it's important to note that as we've engaged on this matter for quite a while, and it's been coming since 2020, this looks at a long-term future of 50 years, possibly 5 billion rand investment, 20,000 jobs created. And I think that is one of the very few that we received now that is prepared to do that type of investment in the city. I also want to allude to the fact that as it stands at the moment, if the bid goes through and there will be a number of processes that will follow, due diligence that has to be done through environmental impact assessments, and going through environmental, we'll have to go through provincial assessment. So there's a number of assessments and engagement that has to be done to get approved. And then it will come back to the BAC to get recommendation as per supply chain policy. I think it's also important to note that this will generate an 840,000 rand a month for the city for the next 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC Kingsley. As recommended, thank you, councillors. Item number 10, we proceed. It reads as follows. Reference number 04097/1, Group Property Department. Proposed unsolicited bid to lease ERF 2142, Nelma Pierce Extension 3 for the purpose of developing a private clinic. The report ranges from page 316 to 353 with recommendations on 335. On the item, councillors, I only have two speakers. I will come back to, or rather go to ANC, Councillor Tema, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As the ANC, we fully support the proposed unsolicited bid to lease ERF 2142 Nelma Pierce Extension 3 for the purpose of developing a private clinic. However, Speaker, we as council, we need to make sure that the private clinic will operate 24 hours because our people are in need of such a service 24 hours. So let's make sure as council, yeah, even when it's private, because we are approving the lease, I'm sure Speaker will have a say in making sure that we assist private companies or any private entity to operate within 24 hours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ANC Councillor Tema. I will now round up with Fighter Mabukwani, EFF. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We also take note of the report and we can't obviously deny access to health care for the people of Nelma Pierce and surrounding areas such as Mamelodi. If the government, the current government, has not created an alternative for them. However, we have to also raise the fact that private health care is quite expensive. And we know for a fact that it's going to rip our people apart because it's really very, very expensive. So we wouldn't have this kind of problems, Councillor Tema, because the EFF once sponsored a motion here of ensuring that all municipal clinics must operate for 24 hours, not private clinics. Municipal clinics must operate for 24 hours. And it's very disappointing, Speaker, that the officials of the city were the ones who were against that. And their reason was that it's very expensive to implement that. When we speak about municipal clinics running for 24 hours, what we basically mean is that we are speaking about only the extension of service. So it can't be anything complex. But for this one, we know that it's actually a payback time for the DA because Medicare, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, is owned by Rupert, Johan Rupert. So he gave them money during elections, and therefore they must, as a token of appreciation, give him this kind of leases so that he expand his business so that in future he also takes care of them. But we also say that for unsolicited bids like this one, there are other black emerging business people or entrepreneurs Speaker. They must be considered for this kind of bids. Thank you very much.
Fighter Mobokwane, thank you very much. As recommended. Thank you. Let's proceed to item number 11, reference. Oh, sorry. MMC Kingsley, please. Sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. First and foremost, I want to just confirm that this would be a 30-year lease as well. We would handle all unsolicited bids with the circumspect it deserves. And I can assure my EFF colleague that there's another report coming very soon. If it's not served yet, I'm not sure, but there is one coming of a medical practitioners living in that area, starting up a medical practice in a private clinic for his people. And we've also looked at that one. It's coming. So we're going to get a few coming through now, and we obviously need to make sure it's done properly. As far as this is also job creation, obviously in the beginning, and I'm very certain that part of our engagement is to ensure that it becomes a 24-hour clinic. I think it's something that we can definitely engage with, and I will keep it at the back of my mind when we do. Thank you.
Thank you, fighters and MMC Kingsley, as recommended. Thank you so much. Reference, that is item number 11, reference number 63343/1. Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management. Tender deviation report for the month of January 2022 of the financial year 2021 to 22. The report on pages 354 to 357 with recommendations on the same page 357. I only have one speaker here, and the speaker will be from Action SA, Councillor Fosi, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Dr. Speaker, you will note in the APC report that deviations or supply chain management process was amongst the troublesome areas that they may have landed us in a bad space in terms of the compliance with the law. So we note this report with happiness that it is reported that there were no deviations at all that were done. And we can see now it means the city is progressive in terms of fixing the administrative issues in-house. The Action SA welcomes this report and we are concurring with the contents thereof. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Action SA. Councillor Fosi, as recommended. Thank you so much. Councillors, we have already dealt with item number 12. I will therefore now move on to part 2 from Mayoral Committee meeting of the 23rd of March 2022. Item number 13, reference number 77889/1. Group Property Department request on issuing power of attorney for land use application for various land parcels in Soshanguve South, extension 7 for subdivision, consolidation and rezoning purposes. The item ranges from page 4 to page 44, with recommendations captured on page 6. On this item, I have ANC and the fighters. Councillor Tema, 3 minutes, ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. We support the recommendations.
Thank you so much, ANC, Councillor Tema. Let me come back to the fighters. Councillor Matarani, 3 minutes. Thumbs up as recommended. Thank you. Item number 14, reference number 63264/1, Group Property Department. Request for power of attorney for land use applications on various events in Mayoral Extension 11 for subdivision, consolidation, and rezoning of the properties for human settlement purposes. The item is on pages 45 to 82 with recommendations on page 49. I only have 2 speakers from the ANC and the fighters. Let me go to Councillor Tema, ANC, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. We are in support.
In support, thank you very much, ANC, Councillor Tema. Let me come back to the fighters. Fighters, 3 minutes. Councillor Moloi Sane, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. We as the EFF, we support this report. According to our cardinal pillar number 4 on human settlement, the city must improve the quality and size of low-cost houses. integrated human settlement should, in the real of all settlements led by the city, with guaranteed bulk services such as water provision, electricity, sewer systems, and more. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Fighter, as recommended. Thank you. Item number 15, reference number 23088-1, Group Property Department, ratification of deed of sale and subsequent transfer of F2556, Lodium Extension 3. The report on pages 83 to 129, with recommendations captured on page 93. With me here, I have two speakers. It will be the ANC and the fighters. Let's start with the ANC. Councillor Tema, 3 minutes. Thank you. Take it away.
Thank you, Speaker. We support. We support.
Thank you, ANC Councillor Tema. Let me now proceed to the whip of the fighters. Councillor Liofi, 3 minutes.
Thanks, Honorable Dr. Speaker. The EFF does not support. The following are the reasons. We think that this is disposal of the municipal properties without value. Firstly, the alleged deed of sale does not have signatures, that's given. Second to that, there is no trace as to whether payment has been made or has not been made. Now, when you read portions of the said deed of sale, it indicates that this sale was supposed to go through on a period of 36 months. That is 3 years, effectively, from the time that the deed of sale was entered into, possibly if it was signed. Now, you can't wait from 1982 and start processing, having built the property if it is, wait until now, and now you start claiming that you since bought this property in 1982. It's a questionable transaction. I think we are binding the municipality unduly. This is a lot to be questioned. Now, when you check the municipal statements that are attached, clearly, this person since 1982 has not been paying the municipality anything. The deposit for water and electricity was only paid on the 3rd of September 2015. Where was he paying for water and electricity all along? Where are the old records? I mean, one can say that no, perhaps he lost the records and all that. He could have lost the records, but he cannot just pay the deposit in 2015. What was happening all along? Where was he getting the water supply and the electricity? So I think this is one of the questionable transactions that the EFF would not want to be involved in. As a result, we suggest that the value of the property in terms of the land, not the structure erected on the said site, is around 300,000 in terms of the municipal valuation. So this person, the occupant here, according to the letter that will appear on page 88, the valuation indicates that the property is 612 meter squared by extent, and the value thereof could be 300,000. So we think that, like others, this person must be afforded an opportunity to pay rental, because purchase could not be proved anyhow. Otherwise, let him take this matter to court. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fighter. Just a minute.
Before you close.
As recommended. Thank you. Let's proceed to item 16. Reference number 10743/1, Group Property Department, proposed notarial lease of F2332, Hammarskraal West, Extension 1.
Didn't see our hand where our hand was up. Okay, thank you. SDC. Just try to take us into confidence about the submissions of the EFF. Because I think we are raising very important things here. People can't just say, as recommended, yes. When we are raising matters of corruption. Please, man.
MMC, yes, Fighter.
Our chief whip is busy sponsoring the recommendation. Please, you were just, but please just come down. Thank you.
I'm not too sure now if they are processing a do we wait for it, MMC, perhaps? Oh, you can still go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Speaker. Mine is to appeal to the MMC for corporate, maybe for future, so that we avoid a process where we are suspicious of the land parcel that are disposed of, maybe together with the MMC for economic development and special planning, maybe to draw up a number of land parcel and the intended purpose for those particular land. My worry is that, and we've raised this previously, that land must not only be looked into for human settlement only, and also not for businesses that are not going to drastically tame the fortunes of the city. I know currently we have challenges around the landfills that are full. We've got a number of challenges across the city, and I would appreciate that maybe the issue of the land disposal be taken into consideration with a very pragmatic economic strategy to tame the fortunes of the city. We can't rely solely on collection, while we've got a number of pieces of land that we can tame the fortunes of the city. But that process must also be made to be transparent, also so that our people who want to participate in this process are aware of those pieces of land. Because it's very much troublesome when you see pieces of land being disposed of and for business purposes, yet other people would have loved to participate in that space are deprived that opportunity. I would just appreciate maybe a joint approach, development and special planning to really look into a very comprehensive approach in terms of our assets and what is the intended purposes, and open it up to public and more innovative ideas before we just resolve in giving people pieces of land. Thank you, Speaker.
I'm waiting for the, yes. Is it signed? Or you can read it and then you can bring it here.
Thanks, Speaker. The first recommendation is that the ratification not be approved. Secondly, that the said piece of land be leased to the occupant for 25 years. 3, that the reasonable lease amount be determined on the market value. Mover, Councillor Leofile Shabana, seconded by Councillor Tapelo Morale.
Councillor Makaling, there's a point of order. I have recognized you.
I was saying, but the report was approved. So.
No. I think let's be fair. I was running fast and they were busy crafting this, so I have it here. So let me just read it to you. Okay, let me read the amendment. One, that the ratification not be approved to that the said piece of land be leased to the occupant for 25 years. 3, that a reasonable lease amount be determined on market value. Mover, Councillor Leofi Lishabana, seconded, Councillor Tapelo Mokhale. We have the amended recommendation as amended. Okay, you are divided. Let's test these amendments. All right, before we go far, let me see hands just to debate on this. Okay, let me start with the EM number 1. I think, yeah, that's the only hand that I see raised up. EM.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Dr. Speaker, I'm not certain if the report was read, but in this report, it states clearly that the current occupant entered into a contract of sale with the city of Pretoria at the time through the Laudium office. And that was in 1982. And since 1982, the resident has been living in that house. So we subjected it to a legal opinion, to a senior counsel legal opinion. And in terms of the opinion which is contained in this report, the senior counsel advised the city that the contract is legal and that we have to abide by the contract. The challenge we face now is because of the change in municipalities since 1982. The documents got lost. The council report got lost. But the fact is, the city signed a valid contract. A sale agreement was signed. There's proof of the sale agreement. The city cannot back out now. So we have to implement, we have to abide by our commitments, our legal commitments. So that's why we now want to register the sale at the deeds office. The sales agreement is acceptable. What is missing is the council report of 1982. Thank you.
Speaker, thank you. I rise in terms of Section 38. I think it's not for the first time. Am I protected? Yes, thanks, Speaker. I think council is misled here. The executive mayor says that there is a signed sale agreement. Can you refer us to the last page of the document where the signature of the seller and the buyer are reflecting and the reports before this council? That's misleading. It's out of order.
Executive Mayor, please. Thank you.
Thank you. What I referred to, Dr. Speaker, I referred to the legal opinion that we received. That question was addressed by the legal counsel. The question was asked, if there were all the previous pages of the document that were initialed by 6 parties, but the last page of the contract was missing, does the document remain legally viable? That was the question asked to senior counsel. And please note, the councillor does not have a legal degree. So I prefer the response of senior counsel. The answer is yes. The city can rely on the contract. The city can rely on the contract. Yes, the city can rely on the contract.
coffee. Right? Well, good for you. Good for him. No, you just told me now. I want to know.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Councillor Randall Williams is misleading Council by saying that Councillor Leofili Shabana does not have a legal degree. He's misleading Council. Leofili Shabana is a graduate of the University of Limpopo as an LLB. Please, he must be respected. He's an advocate of the High Court, an admitted advocate of the High Court. He can't mislead Council like that and we let it pass. Can you withdraw that statement, please? He's misleading.
Councillor, okay, councillors. Councillor Mshengo, I was listening. Can I answer this and then I'll come to Ronald? I want to rule on the point. You don't want me to rule? Eh? You want to rule? You want to rule on the point of order? Oh, okay.
We must refer the mayor. The mayor currently is in court. He has taken Mr. Maipa to court for Mr. Maipa saying he's not a qualified lawyer. But him himself, because he's not principled, he's just grandstanding. Even that court that he took Mr. Dr. Maipa is just for his ego. We are not going to take you to court. We are not like you. We don't just react. We don't react on things. You can't come here and say the chief whip is not a lawyer. You must apologize and withdraw. And after you've withdrawn and apologized, we even take you to the ethics. So the way we want you to be in that kangaroo court that you have sent me to. So give this mayor a space to speak on this issue. Why do you say people are not lawyers? You have taken my part to court for that. You come here in council.
Councillor Ronald, it's not a discussion. You said you wanted to rule. I was listening if you could rule, but you didn't rule. So, but I heard, let me now rule. I heard the mayor very well. Maybe we didn't hear. He says the city is not, he didn't say Councillor Shawan, he says the city. Okay. Executive Mayor, okay, proceed, thank you.
Dr. Speaker, if he says he's got an LLB degree, I accept it and I withdraw. And if I may then answer the question of the last page.
Fighters, he withdrew now. He withdrew. He did withdraw. Okay, Executive Mayor, thank you for withdrawal. Please proceed.
The question was raised here in council that if the last page of the contract was missing, is the contract invalid? The city can rely on the contract and implement it, even though the last page with signatures are missing. So I would advise councillors, please, to read the senior counsel's legal opinion. Thank you, Dr. Speaker.
Fighter Matilda, and then Mushongo, and I've recognized your hand. In that order, let's start with Matilda.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We can't have a legal contract while there's no signatures. We can't have that. So whatever the executive mayor is trying to present here is very invalid. There is a lot of, I sense corruption in it, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, before you allowed Councillor Randall Williams to speak, there was a proposal before you. Can we dispose of that proposal, Speak? Because anything they say does not necessarily mean that the proposal put by or the new recommendations put forth by the EFF, they fall off. They don't. They are still standing. So let's proceed and we dispose of them, please. Don't entertain Councillor Randall Williams. We've entertained him, is enough. We've allowed him to speak more than 2 times on one item. Please, we've heard him. He must not think we have not read. We've read the report, everything. We're fine. That's why we're putting this recommendation. He can't detect to us. Please. Proceed, Speaker, with the recommendations from the Chief Whip of the EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to agree with the last portion submitted by Councillor Mhlongo that as you were dividing the House, let's continue on that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mhlongo and Councillor
babize Charlie bakulandele man.
Commissioner King.
It's him. Wait. Okay, I think 212, we are playing games. Councillor Leofi, we back. Yes, Councillor Leofi.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Before you divide the House, I want to take you to your introductory remarks when we're doing the credentials, that you have indicated to the sitting that there is only one councillor. When you were dealing with apologies, attendance, you said that there's only one councillor whom you have allowed to join through MS Teams. Now, when we check behind you there, the MS Teams has approximately 18 or 19 people, of which it's declared that the rest, in terms of your remarks, are absent. So only one